heard the second explosion, we saw people running out in panic. At that moment, we were not sure what had happened, but after about 2 or 3 minutes, other people who were running along the road started shouting that it was a bomb at the market entrance. As people were fleeing to save their lives and their property, many of them ran towards the post office area because the market entrance and the post office are not far apart. Unfortunately, as they were running towards the post office, the person who had the explosive device ran into the crowd while people were trying to escape.
Speaking at the White House earlier, US President Donald Trump said he believed he would be able to, quote, take Cuba. He described it as a failed nation and said it was holding talks with the US.
You know, all my life I've been hearing about the United States and Cuba. When will the United States do it? I do believe I'll be having the honor of taking Cuba. That'd be good. That's a big honor.
Taking Cuba.
Taking Cuba in some form, yeah. Taking Cuba. I mean, whether I free it, take it, I think I could do anything I want with it. You want to know the truth? They're a very weakened nation.
Well, Cuba's government is scrambling to restore electricity supplies after a nationwide outage left about 10 million people without power. Regular blackouts have become more common in Cuba since the US imposed an oil blockade on the island in late January. There is growing public anger over the power cuts, as well as shortages of food, medicine and other basics. A clean-up operation's underway in Kenya after widespread flooding. At least 66 people have been confirmed dead, with 12,000 others displaced. Half of those who died have been in Nairobi, where poor drainage has been a long-running issue. Waterways and food plains are often obstructed by unregulated buildings. The Interior Ministry has also identified 37 neighbourhoods at high risk of flooding across the country. OK, we're going to take a short break. Stay with us, though. Up next, Inside Story looks at the difficulties that the Strait of Hormuz poses for Donald Trump's war against Iran.
The latest news as it breaks.
The war has even split Trump's MAGA base, with some of his hardcore supporters saying he's gone from America first to Israel first.
With detailed coverage.
The Sri Lankan Navy have been working in the seas to try and recover as many survivors and bodies.
From around the world.
Bangladesh's new government may soon be facing serious economic challenges caused by a distant war.
Al Jazeera, wherever you are.
The Strait of Hormuz has effectively been closed to most shipping since the US and Israel attacked Iran, sending energy prices soaring worldwide. The marine channel in the Gulf had been the gateway for 20% of global energy supplies. What difficulty does this pose for Donald Trump? This is Inside Story. Hello again, I'm James Bays. Despite all the firepower and modern weaponry Israel and the US have unleashed on Iran, a narrow waterway in the Gulf is emerging as the key battleground in this conflict. Geography is stacked in Iran's favour for control of access to the Strait of Hormuz. Not so favourable for US President Donald Trump, the weak response from a host of countries to his request for military and naval assistance. First, let's take a look at the map. The Gulf is like a giant maritime cul-de-sac with some of the world's biggest energy producers on its shoreline. All of the shore on the north is Iranian territory, around 1,500 kilometres, a vast area. Moving along the coastline from Iran, Iraq has some shoreline, then Kuwait, and a stretch of coast belonging to Saudi Arabia. As we move south, we come to Qatar, then the United Arab Emirates. All of these countries, of course, major producers of oil and gas. Then we come to the choke point, the Strait of Hormuz, the maritime gateway to the world for all of these energy producers. At its narrowest point, the strait is about 33 kilometres wide, but its shipping lanes are even narrower. Iran controls the north side of the strait, while Oman controls the south. Before the war, an estimated 20% of the world's oil was transported through the waterway. The geography of the area presents significant military challenges for any naval force in hostilities with Iran. For one, it would have to enter a narrow channel, and while there, would be prone to attack. So what are the options for the US, Israel and Iran here, and who has the stronger hand? How critical is control of the strait for the outcome of the war and for the rest of the world? We'll speak to our panel of guests in just a moment, but first this report from Alexandra Byers.
For days, Donald Trump has been saying the US-Israeli strikes on Iran are decimating its firepower. But now he's warning his NATO allies, help us or face a, quote, very bad future. Specifically, help reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Iran quickly blockaded the vital waterway after the US and Israel launched their attacks more than 2 weeks ago. It sent energy markets and the global economy into a tailspin.
Remember, it only takes a couple of people to screw up the strait. But all you need is a few people dropping mines here and there, and we are demanding that these countries come in and protect their own territory, because it is their territory. It's a place from which they get their energy, and they should come and they should help us protect it.
Trump said he's demanded about 7 countries send warships without identifying them.
Some of the countries have minesweepers, that's good. Some of the countries have a certain type of boat that could help us. We're always there for NATO. We're helping them with Ukraine. And many instruments got a notion in between us. Doesn't affect us, but we've helped them. It'd be interesting to see what country wouldn't help us with a very small endeavor, which is just keeping the strait open.
Earlier, Trump said he might order the U.S. Navy to escort commercial ships through the strait. It worked during the Iran-Iraq War of the 1980s, but Iran's a different threat now, with more technologically advanced missiles, as well as thousands of drones and anti-ship mines. For its part, Tehran says the strait is open, just not to the U.S. or countries that help it.
I cannot mention any country in particular, but we have been approached by a number of countries who wants to have a safe passage for their vessels, and this is up to our military to decide. And they have already decided to let a group of vessels belongs to different countries to pass in a safe and secure. So we provide them security to pass because we have not closed this strait.
Trump's demands for help come after he spent the past year slapping tariffs on countries around the world and threatening to take Greenland from Denmark, a NATO ally. And so far, no commitments. Japan, South Korea, the UK, Australia, France, all saying no, they are not sending ships. Attacks on tankers and Gulf countries are continuing to destabilize the region. While back in the US, people are feeling the cost of the war at the fuel pump, where prices are surging. It's adding domestic political pressure to Trump and his Republican Party, with midterm elections looming in November. Alexandra Byers, Al Jazeera for Inside Story.
Well, let's discuss all of the issues that are raised there with our guests who are joining us for today's Inside Story. In Colorado Springs, Eli Bremer, Republican strategist and retired major in the US Air Force. In London, Andreas Krieg, associate professor at the School of Security Studies at King's College London. And in Bath in the UK, Patrick Bury, defence and security expert at the University of Bath and a former British Army officer. Thank you, all three of you, for joining us today on Inside Story. Andreas, let me start with you. Iran clearly started this war with a weak hand, outgunned by Israel and the US. Military militarily degraded after attacks from Israel and the US last year and by Israel in 2024, and having lost its supreme leader. It appears they're using what they have, which of course is their geography.
That's absolutely right. I mean, the US is now sucked into an asymmetric conflict against a militia with a state. In many ways, we have to look at the IRGC, which controls the strait, especially the naval component of the IRGC, as a militia with a state that operates not like a state that cannot be decapitated, but more like a network. And what they're trying to do, as many insurgent groups or terrorist organizations, other violent non-state actors, is they're trying to disrupt and play a game of endurance where they try to extract concessions and leverage from whatever is available to them. And the most potent form of leverage that Iran can extract is from its geography, the fact that they are controlling the northern shore of one of the world's most important energy, if not the most important energy choke points, and doing that to extract concessions from the global economy, from the United States, and also showing that they could potentially keep on doing this for an indefinite period of time, making it impossible for a conventional state actor or a military to actually open them up as quickly as Donald Trump and others are suggesting.
Eli, I mean, yes, arguably what they're doing is a breach of the laws of the sea and the laws of war as well. But as a military expert, they don't have many other options. It's probably what you would suggest they would do, I mean, if they weren't your adversary, which is inflict economic pain on the world, hold the world's economy hostage, is it not?
Well, I think this is an incredibly logical response. As you pointed out, they don't really have a lot of other cards to play in their deck right now. So using their geography is obviously what they're going to try to do. But they're also going to try to pressure and get public opinion in the world to go against this conflict, this war, by trying to keep oil prices high, because as your report showed, that is hurting public opinion in the United States. But the risk that they're going to have is if President Trump is able to bring in several other countries to work on this from a naval point of view, then Iran's going to have a really difficult decision, because they've made a lot of enemies early in the war by firing on their neighbors. If they fire on warships from other countries outside the United States who are escorting ships through the strait, then they risk really becoming a pariah globally, despite the oil prices.
So, Patrick, both of our other guests say this is a scenario everyone thought of. Do you think that the US prepared properly for this scenario? Do you think President Trump properly weighed up the risks of this?
So it's very difficult to say from the information we have at the moment, but I think we could say with a high degree of certainty that the Pentagon planners would have definitely prepared for this. I mean, this is one of the key courses of action you'd be planning against. It's one of the key reasons that other US administrations, when they've tried to be, or it's appeared that Israel have tried to chain gang them into taking action against Iran, it would have been one of the key decisions why numerous presidents decided not to take concerted conventional military action against Iran. So there's a difference between the certainty with which we can say the military advice would have been passed up the chain and the certainty with which that's been taken on board. We do know that, from previous insights into how the Oval Office is being run under Trump and this administration, it is not as bureaucratically process-driven as previous administrations, to say the least.
Eli, you're broadly a supporter of the president. Surely some of the things that he's doing now, moving a Marine Expeditionary Force from 2,200 Marines that were based in Japan, asking allies for help. He didn't even consult allies before the war. I mean, did he make the right preparations, or is he doing all of this a bit late?
Well, first of all, President Trump is a very unconventional president, which has its strengths and it has its weaknesses. And frankly, from the United States point of view, from President Trump's point of view, there has been obviously a tenuous relationship with Europe, with the NATO allies over there. President Trump in his first term did push for them to do a lot more investment. And he's been openly disappointed with what has historically been a much better relationship. So there's some strained dynamics there. Regarding the Marines that are heading into the region, I think there's another move that is likely to happen. People are asking the question with President Trump, saying that he doesn't want to put troops on the ground, why would you send the Marines? My guess on that is that they're looking at the island of Krug and putting boots on the ground there, because that would put asymmetric pressure again on the Iranians, particularly in the area of their current and their future economic ability to export oil. So what we're seeing is an unconventional president, which is leading to unconventional tactics. Will they work? We'll see. It's worked in Venezuela a lot better than I and other people would have predicted. So we're definitely in a different era with President Trump.
So the mention there of Karg, Andreas Krieg, that is where Iran's oil production is, where it sends out its tankers from. It's already been attacked, but not the oil facilities so far. Do you think that's what he's planning to do with the Marines? Because there are also all sorts of other little islands in the area that the Iranian Navy and Iranian forces can use if they wanted, and we'll come to convoy operations, but if they wanted to disrupt convoy operations.
I think the problem that President Trump now has is that he is in a spiral of escalation that he doesn't control. Much of what has been dictated over the last 2 weeks has been dictated by the Iranians, not necessarily vis-a-vis Israel and the US, but certainly indirectly via the Gulf states and the global economy onto the United States. And what you don't want to do in this sort of spiral is escalate further. So a landing on Karg Island would fundamentally undermine the center of gravity economically of the IRGC and of the Iranian regime. It wouldn't completely destroy it. I mean, Iran has a lot of other ways to get their oil out, but it would be a major escalation to which the Iranian will respond in kind towards the Gulf state and potentially even towards the Strait of Hormuz. If the Strait of Hormuz is the most vulnerable point of the president of the world economy, of the Gulf states, then this is where the Iranians will exercise more and more pressure. Using the 2,500 Marines for some landing operation on the islands north of the Emirates, some of them are Emirati islands that were seized illegally by Iran in 1979, will not do much. It will certainly not help securing this very narrow corridor. Because if you actually look at the corridor and where it is situated, the islands which are on the western side of the Strait of Hormuz will not necessarily do much. If you were trying to seize the northern islands of this corridor, it also won't do much. Much of the firing of missiles, drones, is coming from the hinterland. So you'd actually have to seize the northern shore, which is rugged terrain, very difficult to seize and hold. Looks a lot like Yemen, by the way. And a lot of the tactics that Iran will likely employ would be that the Houthis have employed against shipping in the Bab al-Mandeb Strait. Again, we were extremely unsuccessful. The US was unsuccessful, so far so that the US had to go approach Oman to broker a ceasefire. So I don't think 2,500 Marines will make any difference whatsoever to opening up the strait.
Patrick, are we in essence in a race now? How quickly can the US and Israel destroy the missiles, the drones, the launchers, compared with how quickly does the oil price rise and cause the financial markets to tumble and tumble?
Yeah, I think that's a good way of putting it to some degree. I mean, what's really interesting in the emergence is the US has been really, and Israel have been very good at degrading the number of launches. So say on the first day of the salvo, the Iranians fired about 350 ballistic missiles, 300 drones. The next day, the ballistic missiles were down to 175, but 500 drones. And since then, it's been going down by a really high attrition rate of about 50% a day. As of yesterday, it's down to about 30 ballistic missiles, 50 drones. The really interesting thing happening is that the Iranians are getting into a groove with their drone targeting. And so a higher number of that smaller amount of drones are actually getting through. And they're hitting very effective, in some cases, targets, exquisite pieces of kit like THAAD battery radars, of which there's a very limited number. That's therefore decreasing the amount of response alert time for a lot of the people living in the Gulf and in Israel. And so that is a race that I'm very interested in watching. That even though the capability has been seriously degraded, the capacity, the capability that the Iranians have retained, especially in terms of drones, has shifted. And that has implications for exactly what we're talking about here, the targeting the Strait of Hormuz and the energy infrastructure in the Persian Gulf and beyond.
Eli, we'll come to the appeal to allies to help in a moment, but just the whole idea of using convoys in the Strait of Hormuz, this battlefield that's now become the main battlefield, is it viable?
I think it's viable. I also think it's one of the most likely scenarios that we're going to see unfold in the next week or two. This oil price issue is hurting most of the world. It's hurting American consumers, but American oil companies are, of course, making a lot of profit off of that. Politically, the consumers mean more than the oil companies. With that said, I think there are many other countries, in fact, most other countries in the world have a reason to want to get this strait reopened. And the only way I see it really getting reopened is a regime change in Iran, which is probably not happening, at least in the near future, or degrading the Iranian capabilities to launch against these ships, which I also don't see happening. As the other guest pointed out, they're getting better at targeting, and that's pretty dangerous for ships. And the U.S. and its allies have clearly some problems with their air denial systems. So the only other scenario I can see is getting multilateral countries to come to the table and put lots of naval ships there so that Iran politically can't attack those ships, because what they really don't want to do is expand this war. They're holding on right now. The regime's got to hold on. Their goal is to not lose this battle and to be a regime at the end of it. If they start bombing ships from 8 or 10 other countries, that gets exponentially harder.
Andreas, you have studied this very, very closely, and you are a historian too. There is a historical precedent for this. And we have to go back to the 1980s. The Iran-Iraq war lasted 8 years, killed estimated 500,000 people. The US then supporting the Iraqi dictator Saddam Hussein. There were convoys then that the US did through the Strait of Hormuz. But how much has changed since then? Because, for example, there weren't any drones around then.
I think this is a scenario which is completely different from what we see today. First, obviously, in the 1980s, the US wasn't a direct party to the conflict. Iran was still in a post-revolutionary process of consolidating power. The IRGC was nowhere as organized as it is today. We obviously have completely different technology. At the time, in the 1980s, the biggest problem would have been mining and mines in the Strait of Hormuz. That didn't happen. But what we see today is Iran is unlikely going to use mines. There's been obviously conflicting reporting about this. But what they're trying to do is use a range of different smaller either skiffs that can attack, similar to piracy around the Horn of Africa, attacking ships, or using drones and underwater vehicles that are functioning like mines, but do so being remotely controlled and thereby being a lot more agile and thereby providing a kind of more, what's the right word here, probably a more discriminatory approach to targeting vessels, which means mines will hit everyone. Mines means you actually close the straits. If you use these sort of drones, you allow some vessels to pass and others not. And so the situation that we see now is entirely different. I also disagree with Eli here in terms of thinking that any sort of Navy would actually trust this sort of scenario and go through the straits, because it would expose very, very expensive kit, not just of the US military, of any military, to this kind of unconventional threat. Because the Iranians can launch all kinds of, obviously they have some element of control of the air because they can fire missiles, they can fire drones, but they also control the maritime as well as the surface maritime domain, where they can use all kinds of small skiffs to cause massive damage to very, very expensive platforms. So, you know, having a Navy ship there is not going to act as a deterrent. I also don't think that the US can actually deter the Iranians from attacking, because the Iranians have gone quite nuclear when it comes to going against American sort of assets and American interests. So I don't think they would hold back and would be deterred in any way. The fact is, most of the US Navy is far away at the moment from the Strait of Hormuz, and I don't see why they would go anywhere close, because everyone in the US Navy would tell them that's almost suicidal.
Patrick, you heard Eli say that he thinks the way forward is international partners coming forward. And certainly we've heard President Trump demanding that. He seems to be demanding a coalition of the willing. It seems to me, though, not a lot of enthusiastic responses so far. It doesn't seem many are really willing right now.
No, and I think, some of this was, the reason to go in was clearly, breaking intelligence led. There wasn't that much consultation with wider NATO allies, etc., and they're not sure about the war aims. They're also very aware of the risks. So if you take, for example, here in the UK, a British warship getting damaged, sailors being killed, etc., you're much closer to getting drawn into a wider war with Iran, whether you like it or not in that scenario. I mean, the most likely option for this to happen, and I still would agree with Andreas here, at the moment, it's pretty low likelihood, would be a US-led, with their naval assets, integrated multinational naval operation. But, I would stress the difficulty of this. When we saw the US, as Ernest Will in 1987-88, they tried to do this with a much lower threat environment. It's incredibly resource intensive. You're not just talking about ships with multiple different types that you need and air bubbles, etc., to put over. You need constant close air support, air patrolling. Yeah. You're going to need the whole suite of available for your minesweepers and your counter subsurface UAV. This is another, scale of complexity to what we saw tried in Bab al-Mandab, and also a different scale of threat. So I think that's why you're seeing the reticence to jump in. I'd also say that the idea, certainly in the UK, that thing that Trump said, well, you didn't really help us, we don't need you, a couple of weeks ago, and then coming around and saying, well, actually, we do need you. That doesn't really wash. We understand politically what's going on and the strength of the special relationship doesn't really wash too much with the public, I would argue.
Eli, that point, I think, is an important one. Yes, he's asked a range of countries, and they do include China, that's not an ally, but he's mainly coming to the allies with this ask. And these are the allies that since he became president for the second time, he's been disrespecting, he's been questioning NATO, he even threatened to seize Greenland, he put punishing tariffs on his closest partners. He didn't inform them in advance about this. And since the war started, he's lifted oil sanctions on Russia, which all of them imposed. I mean, are those allies right to say, now you're asking?
Well, that's a good question to ask. But the other way to look at it is, President Trump, again, approaches this quite differently. And he has additional leverage with NATO in the sense that President Trump doesn't like to keep things stovepiped in one area. So I would not be surprised, I'm not privy to this, but I would not be surprised if behind the scenes there are discussions about the U.S. coming in and providing a substantial amount more support in the war on the Ukraine in exchange for support down on the U.S. war in Iran. That is not a tactic that I think we've really seen much before with these smaller conflicts by a U.S. president. But I believe that's what's going on behind the scenes, because Europe's priority is dealing with Russia and the threat from Russia. And the United States priority right now is obviously the war in Iran. So I think that that's a point of pressure that will happen behind the scenes. A lot of the stuff that happens in public is very performative. But if President Trump behind the scenes is going to the NATO allies and saying, all right, we'll help arm Ukraine, we're going to help with the anti-drone equipment that they need, we're going to put more pressure on Russia, we need your ships, I think there's a really good there's a really good chance he's going to get a deal done if that's what the offer is.
Andreas, I mean, do you think President Trump is trapped now with regard to his options? Because even if he were to declare the war over, declare victory right now, there's no suggestion Iran is going to end its attacks. And Iran doesn't really even need to attack very much. It's the threat of the missiles and the drones that are meaning people can't ensure their ships going through the strait.
So the issue with the Strait of Hormuz is really not a military one primarily. It's one to do with markets, insurance and shipping primarily. And have no confidence that currently they can underwrite shipping or ships and vessels to go through the strait. And all Iran has to do to undermine that confidence is throwing in some missiles or some drones from time to time in order to undermine that confidence. And they can keep on doing this indefinitely. So militarily speaking, this is not something a navy can actually solve. It's a market issue, and that confidence cannot be restored by the military. That confidence can be restored through diplomacy only. And I think what we're seeing now is that other countries are coming forward, especially in Europe, are saying, okay, if we want to go through that strait, through that choke point, we will have to develop some sort of back channel with Iran, potentially via Oman, to negotiate a free passage through that bottleneck. We've seen Turkey doing it. We've seen Pakistan, India trying to do this. We've seen France and also Italy trying to reach out. I think what we're seeing is a gradual opening up of the straits for particular countries who have agreements in place with the Iranians. And my forecast would be that the US is probably, with this president focusing on military only, would probably be one of the last countries to get a free passage, considering that they're unwilling at the moment to engage constructively and diplomatically the Iranians to basically get a passage through the strait.
Patrick, briefly to you, I mean, the idea of outside mediation there from Andreas, yet this is the man who is always saying he's the man who solves the wars. Do you think he's going to accept outside mediation? Because another option, of course, you could control the Straits of Hormuz if you took all of the Iranian shoreline. That would mean boots on the ground. Is that a possibility now?
No. The Iranian shoreline, the Persian Gulf, is 730 miles. As Andreas said, they look at the terrain there. It's just not happening militarily. And if you do go for it, you're just going to suffer. Yeah, so that's not really an option. You've got two ones. One is the convoy. You know, when they did this with in 1987, as I said, it was really resource intensive and got a small number of boats out. You know, but sort of suggested that we can do this if under duress if we need to be. I think much more likely is some sort of de-escalated strategy. Again, you look at the Omanis; they've been very, very present in getting, or as far as we understand, you know, the air corridor out from the UAE, etc. So I think that's an important point. Secondly, Trump has got sunk costs here. You know, serious sunk costs, burning through his stockpiles, committed to a war. Some questioning, we don't know to what extent amongst the Emirates and the regional GCC powers about how long or how supportive the top of the governments are, but we've definitely seen some questioning at the lower level officials. And he's got domestic issues and, of course, the lack of popularity in the States. These are sunk costs. So he's going to keep going for a while so that he knows when his military tell him, we've set Iran back militarily at least by 10 years, by 15 years, including the nuclear program. And they're on that timeline. It seems to be by the week, sort of confirming on a Sunday ahead of the markets what's going to happen. I think the wider issue here is how and if the US and Israel are aligning their tactical and operational successes, not without some costs, to strategic effect. And we're either 60 to 75% into this war now, according to Trump's timetable. And that's my question about this. And that's fair enough. You can have that. We may not see it yet. Maybe it's going to be more strategic successful. But so far, it looks like Iran has played a better strategic hand than the US.
Patrick Bury, Eli Bremer and Andreas Krieg, thank you for joining us on Inside Story today. Remember to check out our website for context and analysis on all aspects of the war. Go to aljazeera.com. If you have thoughts and comments, we'd like to hear from you. Post on our Facebook page. That's facebook.com/AJ Inside Story. Or get in touch on X. There we are, at AJ Inside Story. Stay tuned for Al Jazeera's ongoing coverage of the war. Stand by because it continues right now.
As the war on Iran widens, its impact is spreading beyond the battlefield. Shockwaves are hitting global energy markets as facilities are damaged, supply routes disrupted, and risks to vital shipping lanes grow. Stay with Al Jazeera for continued coverage and expert analysis.
We saw this exact same pattern happen in Gaza, the same lazy, flattened reporting that we saw in Gaza when it comes to the war on Iran.
The Listening Post decodes the media on Al Jazeera.
Hello, I'm Sami Zaidan. It's 600 hours GMT, and you're watching Al Jazeera's extensive coverage of the war between the US, Israel, and Iran live from Doha. Here are the latest developments. Israel intensifies its air and ground offensive in Lebanon, bombing Beirut's southern suburbs as the number of displaced climbs. US diplomatic and military facilities in Baghdad come under fire by suspected Iran-backed armed groups.
For 40 years, we're protecting you, and you don't want to get involved in something that is very minor?
US President Donald Trump scolds allies and urges others to do more to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. And US and Israeli forces pummel parts of Iran, hitting major cities, including the capital, Tehran. It's been 2.5 weeks since Israel and the United States attacked Iran, plunging the region into chaos. Missile and drone attacks continue right across the Gulf and beyond. In Qatar, authorities say they intercepted a missile. Emergency crews say they're dealing with a limited fire in an industrial zone caused by falling debris. In the UAE, an Iranian strike sparked a fire in the Fujairah oil industry zone. Operations at the Shah gas field also remain suspended. No injuries have been reported there. The UAE briefly closed its airspace in response to the attacks. In Iraq, air defenses intercepted drones over the capital, Baghdad. An attack targeted near the US Embassy compound. In the past few hours, Israeli forces bombed Beirut's southern suburbs. The densely populated area is home to around 500,000 people. It's been under sustained Israeli airstrikes for more than 2 weeks. Israel has also issued forced displacement orders for residents. Meanwhile, the United States is facing growing isolation over its plan to try and reopen the Strait of Hormuz. President Trump has criticized allies hosting U.S. troops, accusing them of failing to do more. We're covering developments from Tehran and Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. But first, Heidi Pett reports from Beirut.
Overnight Monday into Tuesday here in Lebanon, the capital has seen another range of Israeli airstrikes both inside and outside Beirut. 2 within 10 minutes of each other on Dahya, that's Beirut's southern suburbs, subject to a mass forced evacuation order. But notably, there was another, what looks to be an Israeli attempted assassination strike in Dohat Aramun. That is just to the south of the capital. It's not subject to an evacuation order. There was no warning given, but the strike that came in targeted one floor of a residential building, which is a bit of a hallmark of these assassination strikes that we have seen in multiple locations in and around the capital over the last fortnight, hitting hotels in downtown, residential buildings in central Beirut, and targeting displaced people on the beachfront as well. Now, in this particular strike, we don't yet know who the target is, but the latest update we have from the Ministry of Health here in Lebanon is that there was one person injured, an Ethiopian woman, likely to be one of the many domestic workers who have also been displaced, along with the families that they work for here in Lebanon. But the large majority of the strikes overnight have once again been concentrated in the south of the country, where we have seen this expanding Israeli ground operation, which has been officially acknowledged, even though it has been going on for some time now, concentrated in a couple of key locations. The town of Hiam, which is a hilltop village, quite strategically important. The Israelis have been trying to get in and take control of that town for a number of days now. Hezbollah issued a few updates overnight saying that they had fired rockets at Israeli troops inside the town, located between the stadium and the detention center. And there's been a number of other clashes in Taiba. Hezbollah says that they've targeted quite a few Israeli tanks in the area over the last 24 hours. They claimed 2 within 15 minutes of each other last night, including at least 1 direct hit. And there has been a continuation of this trend of a number of Israeli airstrikes in the south, which is subject to a mass forced evacuation order all the way north to the Zahrani River. Heidi Pett, Al Jazeera, Beirut.
Nidat Ibrahim is live for us in Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. And Nidat, we've also been seeing Hezbollah return fire. Talk to us about the damage sustained in northern Israel.
Well, let's talk about how many rockets Hezbollah fires into Israel every day, Sami, and that could give us an idea about the impact it's causing on the communities, the strain, and the fact that it's sending hundreds of thousands of Israelis into shelters. We are talking about, according to Israeli army estimates, 100 Hezbollah rockets being fired into Israel every day. Sometimes that happens simultaneously with Iranian-fired missiles. And this level of coordination sometimes includes firing towards the same areas at the same time to overwhelm the aerial defense systems. And sometimes the attacks by Iran focus on the southern part of Israel, while the Hezbollah attacks focus on the northern part of Israel. So that would be the eventually sending millions of Israelis into shelters and fortified places, which seems to be yet another layer that the Hezbollah and Iranian missiles are trying to put pressure on the government and to try and break this unanimity that the Israelis have been showing for the war. It's a highly militarized community, the Israeli society, and they have a huge support for this war. What Hezbollah seems to be trying to do to evacuate Israelis from northern Israel, this is something that they've threatened and told the residents to evacuate, and also trying to put pressure on the population to have some sort of a pushback against the government to this war. In response, the Israelis are saying that they will keep deploying troops into southern Lebanon to eliminate or decrease the threat coming from Hezbollah there.
And Nida, we're also hearing about those strikes taking place while there is a lot of conflicting messages between different Israeli officials on what their policy is on Lebanon, especially talks, right?
Yes, indeed. There was a flat no from the Israeli Foreign Minister Gideon Sa'ar, denying that these talks are taking place or that they will take place indeed. This is on the public arena. But when you analyze the situation on the ground, you have Netanyahu, the Israeli Prime Minister, hiring Ron Dermer, his confidant, the previous strategic affairs minister and the person who had the major involvement in the Hamas and the talks with Hamas. Earlier, he hired him to be in charge of the Lebanon files. So this signals that Israel is indeed interested in these talks, because there are also some military and security analysts telling Israeli media that the ground operation in Lebanon is not going to decrease massively or eliminate massively the threat coming from Hezbollah. What will do that is an agreement with the Lebanese government. What will do that, according to the Israelis, is empowering the Lebanese army to push back against Hezbollah's power in Lebanon. And that's why they're putting hopes on these talks. They're not saying they're not going to do them altogether, but it seems that they want to do them from a point of strength that will allow them to dictate the rules of the game. We've been hearing them time and again talking about disarming Hezbollah, and the Israeli security analysts telling Israeli media that the operation happening now in southern Lebanon, the soldiers are deploying in areas that would allow them to pull out from once the political escalon tells them to do so. So we are looking at a situation where the Israelis might be interested in these talks, but they are not declaring it yet.
All right, thanks so much, Nida Ibrahim. In Iran, unrelenting US and Israeli attacks have continued for yet another night. These were the scenes in Tehran, where efforts to rescue people trapped under rubble went on late into Monday. Airstrikes hit several parts of the capital, including a residential area. Iran's health ministry says nearly 19,000 civilians have been injured since the US and Israel launched their attacks late last month. Iran has kept up its retaliatory attacks against Israel. Tehran has also been striking Gulf countries that host US troops or assets. In a new statement addressed to neighboring states, a spokesman for the army again said Iran has the right to defend itself.
We consider ourselves obligated to respond to the threats and repeated attacks carried out by the usurping Zionist entity and the United States, launched from military bases located on your territories, which often target innocent civilians. Nevertheless, we call upon you to exercise the utmost caution and vigilance. We advise you to stay as much as possible away from these bases and to avoid any locations where Zionist or American forces may be present, whether security or military sites.
Well, Tawheed Asadi joins us now live from Tehran. And Tawheed, as I mentioned, heavy overnight strikes. What do the scenes from the rubble look like now, Tuesday morning?
Well, this is the day 18 since the commencement of the American and Israeli airstrikes, and last night we heard sounds of massive blasts taking place in the Iranian capital, Tehran. And of course, we've got reports from other cities, including Bandar Abbas, Isfahan, and many others, in which we have reports about the continuation of these airstrikes. Of course, when it comes to fatalities, we know that more than 1,400 people have been said to be, officially they have been announced killed, but we know that since the ongoing nature of these airstrikes and seeing the very fact that some of people who have lost their lives are still unrecorded, unfortunately, we can rest assured that the number could even grow up. And if speaking of the casualties, the civilian infrastructures, we know that the Red Crescent recently came out to say that more than 61,000 civilian units have been impacted. And in some of these neighborhoods, I have been and I have witnessed that some of these buildings are completely demolished, and these are residential areas, these are houses and apartments. And of course, it goes without saying that number of hospitals, schools, academic institutions, and even buildings belonging to the Red Crescent itself have been impacted as a result of these ongoing airstrikes. On the other hand, we've got the Iranian side talking about the retaliation, and the tone we hear from Tehran is that of defiance, deterrence, retaliation, and resilience right now. So we don't see that much that we can call signs of de-escalation as we see the situation on the ground.
And Tawheed, we've heard the Iranian spokespeople put out messages in several languages. What is the message?
Basically, what we hear from military officials, very much in line with diplomatic sources as well, is that Iran is going to continue the retaliations as long as it is needed. And of course, Iranian Foreign Minister very recently came out to say that any contact with the U.S. envoy Steve Witkoff is not true, and of course, no possibility for negotiation and ceasefire at this time, seeing the continuation of these air strikes. And also, they're saying that this is not the United States, but Tehran that determines when this war is going to be ended and how long it is going to be out there. And of course, we've got the first vice president of the country the other day coming out to say that we are going to continue to retaliate as long as we can make sure that the security of the country is guaranteed. I can say there is a sort of concern, not just related to the continuation of these airstrikes at this very war that Iranians are facing, but also about the possibility of normalization of attacking Iran. We have to keep in mind on that 9 months ago, back in June last year, Iran was involved in the trajectory of negotiation, while all of a sudden attacked by a campaign of airstrikes by the Americans and Israelis. And right now, what happened is exactly the same scenario. They were expecting a next round of talks. They were expecting negotiations with Washington. They were expecting these discussions with UN nuclear watchdog IAEA to settle down the issues related to the nuclear program of the country, while all of a sudden they faced another campaign of strikes, this time much more expanded compared to the previous one. And now they're trying to send out this message that out of the respect for the sovereignty, out of the exigency for self-defense, they're going to continue the trajectory of war to make sure that it's not going to be repeated again.
All right, thanks so much, Tawheed Asadi there from Tehran. Now, instability caused by the US and Israeli attacks on Iran has spilled over into neighboring Iraq. Air defenses have intercepted drones over the capital, Baghdad. Security sources tell Al Jazeera an attack struck near the US embassy compound. It's located in the city's heavily fortified green zone and was targeted several times on Monday. One drone hit a hotel in Baghdad, causing a fire on a rooftop. Security forces cordoned off the area and closed roads. The Iraqi Interior Ministry says there were no casualties. The hotel is also inside Baghdad's green zone. Al Jazeera's Mahmoud Abdul Wahid sent us this report.
an explosive-laden drone attacked the Rashid Hotel or Royal Tulip Hotel in the heavily fortified Green Zone area in the Iraqi capital, Baghdad. Security sources say that the drone attack hit the rooftop of the hotel, causing only material damage without any human casualties reported. Now, the Al Rashid Hotel, which is home to foreign diplomatic missions, including the European Union mission, a Saudi diplomatic mission, and also other foreign employees at oil companies. The hotel is not far from the U.S. Embassy, which came under attack similar attack 2 days ago. Now, following this attack, security forces have been deployed in the area, blocking all the roads leading to the green zone with blocks and also armored vehicles. This attack comes after a counterattack believed to be carried out by U.S. and Israeli airstrikes that targeted locations of the popular mobilization units in Al-Qa'im crossing terminal between Iraq and Syria, killing and wounding a number of popular mobilization units military personnel. Elsewhere in Erbil, another similar drone attack was intercepted before reaching the U.S. consulate in Erbil, and in Jarf al-Sakhar area, north of the Babel province and south of the capital Baghdad, another location belonging to the popular mobilization units was targeted again. Now, since the beginning of the military campaign by Israel and the United States on Iran, Iran-aligned armed groups have been targeting U.S. military bases and facilities, including the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad and the consulate in Erbil, dozens and dozens of times, also against U.S. military bases and facilities across Iraq. Mahmoud Abdul Wahid, Al Jazeera, Baghdad.
Let's go now to Washington, D.C. for deeper insight into the debates shaping the U.S. and the world. Here's Anna and Phil for This is America.
Hello from Al Jazeera. This is Washington, D.C. This is America. We're coming to you from our bureau right near Capitol Hill. And here right now on the Hill, Republican lawmakers are worried. They are concerned because many are up for re-election later this year. As the world listens to the words of President Trump, many of their constituents are telling them they are worried. Those levels of anxiety are through the roof, just like oil prices. And we're going to look at that in more detail shortly. But first, Anna Burns-Francis.
Thanks, Phil. That's right. It is all about affordability and anxiety. The war in Iran is hitting home in America. Rising gas prices fueling a crisis not just in the back pocket, but across the political spectrum. We're joined by a team of correspondents across the Capitol to discuss this big issue facing Americans as midterm elections loom. Kimberly Halkett joins us from the White House, and our chief US correspondent, Alan Fisher, joins us from Capitol Hill. The price of Brent crude oil is over $100 a barrel today, and that is bad news when it comes to filling up the tank. A month ago, regular gasoline cost $2.92 a gallon. That's 77 cents a litre. But since the start of the war, it has gone up and up and up. Now at $3.71 a gallon, or 98 cents a litre. Much like the cost of groceries and the level of unemployment, prices at the pump are one of those things forefront at the mind of voters, especially when midterm elections are now just 8 months away.
I feel like it's totally unfair.
It seems like a lot. It's very sad every time I have to pay for that.
It's not fair, you know what I'm saying? But nothing's fair at the end of the day.
I feel sorry for my fellow citizens who are living paycheck to paycheck.
That very real anxiety being felt by everyday Americans is rippling across the country and now all the way up to the corridors of power. Politicians are scrambling to find a way to explain away the high prices, but will it find sway with their constituents, anxious not just about the war, but about its cost to their lives and livelihoods? Let's go to Kimberly Halkett, who joins us from the White House. Kimberly, the president warned the price of oil would rise. Is he sticking to that message?
Yes, on Monday, the U.S. president continuing to stick to his message that oil prices, as they climb and the political pressure grows, that this is merely something that Americans will have to deal with temporarily. He has also said and really promised that there will be light at the end of the tunnel, saying that once the war with Iran ends, in his words, prices will drop like a rock. And he also says that oil prices will go down just like inflation. But he says when asked how long it will take and how long the Iran war will go on for, he said, we don't believe it will be long, but justifies this, saying you can't let a most vicious country like Iran have a nuclear weapon. The Middle East would be gone and Israel would go first. So the U.S. president, once again, sticking to his message that this is something that will only be a short-term pain, even as he is aware that this will put political pressure on members of his own Republican Party.
All right, Alan, I'll bring you in here because Republican politicians find themselves in a bit of a bind here defending that message from President Trump. But are some members of Congress finding themselves moving away from that leadership line?
Well, look, if you speak to someone here on Capitol Hill, all the Republicans, they'll tell you that it's March. The midterms are a long way away, and by the time we get there, then oil prices won't be a big deal. And Donald Trump has described the hike in prices as a short-term excursion. But the Republicans are worried, and one of the reasons they're worried is that they're going to concentrate in the midterms on the passing of the so-called Big Beautiful Bill. Remember that? That was all about lowering costs for average Americans. And there's a couple of independent reports that have come out very recently that say that if the oil prices stay high, all the benefits of the Big Beautiful Bill will effectively be wiped out. Here's another thing that the Republicans should be worried about. If you look at the previous midterm elections, any time the oil price has been over $100 a barrel, the party that controls the White House tends to lose, on average, about 24 seats. Now, there are some exceptions, but an average of 24 seats would mean that the one-seat advantage the Republicans have got at the moment have gone, and that will change entirely Donald Trump's last 2 years in office. One Republican said, look, it's much more important that we deal with Iran at the moment than it is to deal with the oil prices. But try taking that message into the midterm elections and selling it to people who find that their money doesn't go quite as far and their costs are much higher than they used to be.
Indeed. Alan Fisher joining us from Capitol Hill. Kimberly Halkett at the White House. Thank you both. Well, while President Trump is at risk of losing the support of Republican lawmakers, the rising cost of energy and the flow-on effects right across the economy stand to have a major impact on even his most loyal voters. Paddy Culhane takes a look at what it means.
Iran closed the Strait of Hormuz. Shipping all but stopped. And the price at the gas pump started climbing.
It's crazy. It's, it's not needed, especially at a time when people are already struggling.
Gas is the most visible impact because the price of it splashed on brightly lit signs on many American streets. But it will not be the only one. It will soon be planting season for America's farmers. And the countries in the Middle East supply a vast amount of the fertilizers that they will need. A third of the world's urea used to make nitrogen fertilizer, and 1/4 of another type of fertilizer using ammonia come from the region. All products that could be trapped behind the Iran-made line, meaning more expensive fertilizer or none at all, which will reduce crop yields and eventually hit food prices. For U.S. President Donald Trump, the price of gas has long been something he wanted to brag about, to send the message he is bringing costs down for Americans.
Gasoline prices are way down, and in some places, $1.99 a gallon.
Poll after poll of American voters shows their top concern is the state of the economy. So what exactly is that concern? Let's break it down according to a recent Pew poll. Top of mind, the cost of health care. After that, the cost of food and goods. They're also quite concerned about the cost of housing, the cost of electricity, the cost of gas. And this was before the Iran war started. What they seem less concerned about is how the stock market is doing. Many of those things will cost more because of the war. Senator, how do you think the war is going to impact the... We tried to ask Republican senators about that.
We'll follow up with you, okay?
Senator, can I ask you just one question? But it is something Democratic politicians are keen to highlight.
We need a president who will honor his promises to avoid foreign wars of choice and strengthen the economy here at home. And we need a Congress who will not stand silent as these promises are broken.
Many of those politicians now wondering if their support or their silence will cost them come election time. Patty Culhane, Al Jazeera, Washington.
Well, let's take a look at how this is playing out in the US media with Phil Lavelle, where it's dominating the news cycle and the minds of Republicans. Right, Phil?
Yeah, absolutely. Panic and pivoting are two key words here for Republican lawmakers. Obviously, the Republicans, also known as the GOP, many of those lawmakers are up for re-election in the midterms in November. So there is some anxiety, and it is being reported by the Washington Post. Look, Iran's war oil shock fuels GOP political anxiety. That is the key word here. It goes on to say that this has injected new uncertainty into GOP plans to tout their progress on the economy. And it also cites a consultant working with a Republican candidate who says that they recently had to rewrite a fundraising pitch that touted gas prices from before the war broke out in late February. Right, let's move over to Time magazine. This is the headline in Time. Here's how badly oil prices could hurt Republicans in the midterms. And it has some words that are going to strike fear into the hearts of many Republicans. Look, if Republicans can't get their arms around the spiraling costs of oil, they will need to get familiar with a new greeting. Hello, Speaker Hakeem Jeffries. Remember, he is the House Minority Leader at the moment, but if the Republicans do badly, the Democrats do well, he takes the top job there. It says Republicans can see the peril as clear as day. And it moves on to talk about the previous president, Joe Biden. Look, Biden's re-election campaign struggled for several reasons, but among the biggest was his inability to convince Americans that the pain they were feeling in their wallets was not real. Of course, this was a big issue in the 2024 presidential election. Joe Biden saying the economy's doing well, you just don't really feel it at the moment. Donald Trump really went big on that in his campaign. Right, next up, we're going to go to radio, NPR, National Public Radio. This is their show Morning Edition, which is broadcast nationally. And it asks, how is Trump's war stance resonating with Republicans? And it had this take on voters. It said they are willing to tolerate it being Iran, for a very short period of time, but not if they have to pay consequences themselves in the form of higher gas prices or food prices. And it had this take on President Trump.
I'm not sure he's listening to the American people as much as he's listening to the people around him and that are close to him and other billionaires who care. And so if it's a pain point for the average American, I'm not sure that matters to him.
Right, let's head next to Politico. There's the headline there. Republicans hold their breath as energy prices swing. And it has a quote, sounds kind of obvious from the Senate Majority Leader John Thune, but it's true. The price of gas is always kind of a benchmark. Many Americans will be voting with their pocketbooks. And it goes on to say the extreme swings in global and domestic energy costs are pitting two of the GOP's biggest priorities, affordability and national security, against each other, forcing Republicans to walk a tightrope on both issues as the party works to solidify its agenda ahead of the midterms. CNBC, meanwhile, goes on to talk to some of those lawmakers, and it has this headline, gas prices threaten Republican lawmakers' plans to win on affordability. It has this take on the situation facing the Republican Party.
If indeed this war is done within the next couple of weeks, it's likely the narrative of the midterms is going to be based on affordability, the economy, or whatever big news story comes up in, say, August, September, and October. And if it's still something where we are doing strikes or asking Congress for funding, then you might see a number of Americans who are wondering why we're over in Iran.
Now, the midterms are not till November. It's March. It feels a long way away. It really isn't. The political posturing has begun. The political messaging has begun. That anxiety over affordability really being felt right now.
So what are the chances of Republicans losing the midterms thanks to sky-high oil prices? Let's ask today's guests, Republican strategist Don Ferry and political analyst Eric Ham. Thank you both for joining us. John, I'll start with you. The message of making Americans' lives more affordable, that was a key platform of President Trump. Has that idea vanished?
Well, we're going to find out. We have a long way to the midterms, so we got some time. The question is, how long will this war last, and how long will it impact not only the price of oil, but also price of just everything, because oil impacts everything. So for the president, you know, I know he's got a timeline that he's thinking about. He says 4 or 5 weeks. But really, they need to get not only on affordability, but also the president needs to focus on the economy and getting people feeling good about the economy. It's not just about affordability. It's also about getting rid of the anxiety about the future.
You said we're going to find out. That's not exactly a vote of confidence that things are going the right way.
Well, we were already worried about the midterms because history would tell you the midterms are going to be difficult for whatever the party is out of power.
Yeah.
This only adds more uncertainty and anxiety with people who are running for re-election.
Eric, I'll bring you in here because there is this concept that correlation is not causation necessarily. Oil prices don't necessarily mean that seats get lost at midterms. But will this be the one issue that is the nail in the coffin for Republicans if they were already worried about their chances?
Yeah, as John said, this is already going to be an uphill climb. We know historically the party in power typically loses seats, and what we were seeing even before the war began, people were extremely anxious about rising prices, inflation, and now that we have a war that has seen gas prices skyrocket, I think what this is doing now is making it even that much more difficult. Already, there's been a record number of Republicans who are heading for the exits as we get to the midterms, and so I think what we're seeing right now is the first quarter is already gone. Now we see that the Republican Party has to figure out a way not only to solve this crisis, but also try to find a way to bring voters back to their side. That's going to be a very heavy lift when you're looking at historically bad numbers for the president himself.
OK, finding that way. John, you're a strategist for the Republicans. What's the strategy here? Do they stay loyal to President Trump and his line, or do they branch out if they know that in their home state, in their district, that things are going to be really hard to afford, that they move away from that line?
One of the things about this war is it has united the Republican Party in one sense. The neoconservatives really like what the president is doing. The MAGA Republicans still like President Trump. So the base is unified more than it has in the past. The other thing they have to do from a strategist perspective, there are about 30 to 35 races that really is going to depend on. For the Republicans, they need to go after the Democrats. They need to talk about the Democrats being loony left. They need to go at the Democrats are having their own kind of internal fights between the liberal wing and the moderate wing, and the liberals are winning more than they're losing. And so the Republicans have more campaign money, so they need to make as many of these races as possible, not about President Trump, but by the Democrats who are running.
Eric, I saw you nodding your head there, and I was going to ask you what advice you would have for the Republicans, but maybe actually it's the Democrats that should be capitalizing and taking some advice here.
Well, as John said, Democrats are in disarray, but you wouldn't know that from how bad things are politically for the president. And so I think if you look at just all of the special elections that have been taking place since last November, Democrats have been winning, and not only winning, but winning big in Republican districts that President Trump won by 24 points just in 2024. And we're seeing a massive swing already taking place. So, yes, that might be a strategy for Republicans to go after Democrats. But I think what Democrats need to do right now is focus on affordability and also keep their heads down and let the Republicans take all of the incoming fire in terms of the rising prices and inflation that we're seeing right now.
Yeah, which they certainly are at the moment. President Trump has again talked about oil prices today. His message of reassurance that American oil is in plentiful supply.
It's great. We're number one in oil by double now. We drill, baby, drill. We're double any other nation, and it's going to be soon triple any other nation. And that doesn't include Venezuela, who's been great. We've taken out millions of barrels of oil. It's a tremendous oil source. And
all right, then, Eric, how high will the price of oil go?
Well, the Iranians are hoping that it reaches $200 per barrel and basically collapses the U.S. economy and forces Donald Trump to actually leave. And while President Trump talks about how much oil the United States has, it really doesn't matter because, as we all know, oil is a global commodity. Yeah. And as the prices rise, it doesn't matter how much you have. Those prices are still going to go up, which is going to cause tremendous pain for consumers, they will certainly take it out on lawmakers at the polls in November.
200 seems slightly unrealistic, perhaps, John.
I don't think it's going to be 200. Listen, I think that there's a lot of wildcatters in Texas and the Permian Basin who are very happy because if you get prices per barrel below 70, it's actually hard for them to make money. They're going to make money at 100. And so there's always winners and losers. Somebody will be happy. I do think that the president's doing everything he can to get as much oil on the marketplace as possible. And he's right.
Hang on, isn't everything he can not starting a war or at least
that would have been preferable. Yeah. But I think he saw bigger strategic reasons to go after Iran. Sure. And he's not the first president to deal with this Iranian problem. Well, he is the first president to deal in such a way, such an overwhelming way. And, we're talking about this in the green room, when you go to a war with a big country like Iran, it's never going to play out exactly as you want. So let's hope for the president or for the country it plays out better than we all are worried about now.
Yeah, because he is promising a big drop in the price of gasoline when the war ends. But it's not much reassurance if we don't know when that is.
If you get the Straits of Hormuz opened up again, and it seems like he's putting as many resources into that as possible, prices will go back down again.
Okay. As we say, prices could go back down again. It is a long way, Eric, until the midterms. How much of this issue right now in this time and place will be of an impact to voters as they turn up to the ballot box come early November?
Look, if we look at when Donald Trump first came into office in 2025, voters had already seen a very unpredictable and chaotic president with the Liberation Day tariffs, everything that we've seen from ICE. And so I think already you have begun to see voters, at least they wanted to see less chaos from the president. And I think now that we see this war where the United States is isolated, only the United States and Israel, we're seeing American allies who are refusing to join and help in this operation. And so I think now Americans recognize that there needs to be more of a check on this president. And I think that's why not only are you seeing some of the MAGA base, young voters, people of color who sided with the president in 2024, moving away from Donald Trump, I think that number is only going to grow. And I think that could be problematic because, again, voters don't want to see all of the chaos that's playing out right now.
OK, in terms of the chaos playing out, part of that is the messaging from the Republicans on the Hill. Do you see Republicans finding some common message between now and November?
Well, they better. The president did promise to be a disruptor in chief, and he's really disrupted a lot of things. The question is, can he turn his focus back to the everyday concerns of his voting base? And to your point, a lot of people are very frustrated with this war because they don't like a lot of Republican young men especially don't like Israel that much. And so you need to make the point that this is actually going to change things and make things better. And this is a small sacrifice to pay for wider peace and security in America. That's a mighty big thing to make, mighty big point to make between now and November. And to your point about a check on the president, that's always the thing that seems to happen in midterm elections. So the president's got to make the case that it's not about a check on the president. We need to stop the obstruction of the Democrats. If he doesn't make that point, then they're going to lose the midterms.
All right. John Ferry, Eric Ham, thank you both for coming in. Those fractures showing up in the Republican Party have been playing out very publicly on social media. Here's Alex Baird with this week's roundup.
Well, that pain at the pump is splitting the Republican camp online. Conservative commentator Matt Walsh up in arms at this off-the-cuff remark by Trump, saying you aren't helping anything, least of all our chances in the midterms, by pretending that this is good messaging. And that's the thorn in the side for Republicans right now, those midterm elections. Republican Congressman Thomas Massie of Kentucky is one of those facing re-election. And the threat at the ballot box has him taking aim at oil prices, saying the war with Iran isn't America first. But Trump, unsurprisingly, is sticking to his guns, saying soaring oil prices are just short-term and that, in all caps, only fools would think differently. The White House at pains to remind voters that things were worse under Biden in 2022, when oil prices went as high as $139 a barrel. This take from Vice President J.D. Vance going viral online.
In the Biden administration, they were crazy high. The gas prices we're seeing today are nothing like what we saw at the peak of the Biden administration because the president...
Energy Secretary Chris Wright has also been sticking to that same line, that prices today are still lower. But no matter the state on the gas station forecourt, Americans are feeling it. And for Republicans facing midterm elections, that pain at the pump could make all the difference.
Well, that's all for now from Washington, D.C. on This is America. We'll keep following the decisions that shape the U.S. and influence the world. And now we'll head back to Al Jazeera's global headquarters in Doha. Thanks for watching.
And you're watching Al Jazeera's extensive coverage of the war between the US, Israel and Iran. If you're just joining us, let's recap our latest developments. Israeli forces are bombing Beirut's southern suburbs, the area home to roughly 500,000 people and has endured Israeli airstrikes for more than 2 weeks now. Israel has also issued a forced displacement order for families living there. US President Donald Trump has expressed frustration over a lack of support for his plan to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Iran has effectively blocked the key shipping route since the war started. Trump has called on allies to help secure the strait. He says several countries are sending military support but hasn't provided details. The UK Prime Minister is among the leaders who's declined Trump's call to send warships and minesweepers to Hormuz. Japan has also refused to commit.
We have 45,000 troops in Japan. We have 45,000 troops in South Korea. We have 45,000, 50,000 troops in Germany. We defend all these countries. And then, do you have any minesweepers? And they say, well, would it be possible for us not to get involved? We spend trillions and trillions of dollars on NATO to defend other countries. And I always said, but if it ever comes time to defend us, they're not going to be there.
James Dorsey is an adjunct senior fellow at the S. Rajaratnam School of International Studies in Singapore. Now, he says, although minesweepers could be important for protecting shipping in the Strait of Hormuz, they're not the only line of defense.
They're essential if the Strait of Hormuz is mined. I don't know that we know that with independently confirmed with certainty. One could argue that the Iranians do not have an interest in mining the strait. First of all, that would contradict their claim that the strait is open to all except for some who are its adversaries and their allies. With other words, the United States and Israel and their allies. But also, it would controvert its ability or complicate its ability to allow ships, as it has done already, Chinese flagged vessels, Turkish flagged vessels, Indian flagged vessels, to safely traverse the waterway. So I would take at this point, be cautious whether or not you really need minesweepers at this point. I think much more you need other defenses against drones, against the fast speedboats, and against missiles.
British Prime Minister Keir Starmer says the UK will not send warships to help reopen the Strait of Hormuz. European and NATO leaders are reluctant to be drawn into a wider conflict. And that's despite President Trump saying it'll be very bad for the future of such alliances. Richard Gaisford has this report from London.
Fresh from a phone call with Donald Trump, Keir Starmer laid out his position, clearly not wanting to be dragged into the US president's war.
We will protect our people in the region. Second, while taking the necessary action to defend ourselves and our allies, we will not be drawn into the wider war. And third, we will keep working towards a swift resolution that brings security and stability back to the region.
So a difficult situation for the Prime Minister, balancing domestic public opinion and his relationship with Donald Trump. Also some pretty tough questions from them here at the Ministry of Defence in London as well, knowing just what they actually have that they could send to the Strait of Hormuz with a shortage of warships. It is understood, though, they do have some advanced anti-mine drone technology that could easily be sent. RAF fighter jets have been in action over the Middle East, but the British destroyer HMS Dragon is still days away from Cyprus and unlikely to go any further into the region. Across Europe, there's a similar response.
No hay que hacer nada.
We must not do anything that would add even more tension or further escalate the situation. What we need to do is to bring an end to the bombings and stop the missile strikes against all countries in the Middle East.
EU foreign ministers meeting in Brussels, all wanting to help, needing a solution, but not committing to sending warships.
First, we want to know from Israel and the United States of America when they intend to achieve their military objectives in Iran. Once we have an idea of that, then we believe we need to move into the next phase, namely a phase in which a security architecture for this entire region, together with the neighbouring states, must be defined.
There's consensus that NATO shouldn't be involved in the Strait of Hormuz.
We are working with others to come up with a credible plan
for the Straits of Hormuz. That won't be, and it's never been envisaged to be, a NATO mission.
Leaders from across Europe watching inflation loom on their radars as the effects of the conflict are felt much further afield. Richard Gaisford, Al Jazeera, London.
Tensions around the Strait of Hormuz are hitting Asian markets. Energy-dependent economies like South Korea and Japan are under pressure as currencies weaken and stocks fall. Jack Barton reports from Seoul.
South Korea's main Kospi index rose slightly on speculation that some oil and gas shipments may soon start passing through the Strait of Hormuz, which has been effectively closed by Iran. Despite the rise, South Korea's Kospi index has fallen about 10% since the US-Israel strikes on Iran began, and the Korean won is at its weakest against the dollar since the 2008 global financial crisis. The index is particularly vulnerable because of South Korea's heavy dependence on Middle Eastern oil to fuel its export-driven economy. Financial services group Nomura has flagged it among the most exposed economies to the current crisis. Japan, which imports about 90% of its energy needs from the region, finds itself in a near-identical bind. On top of the economic strain, both countries are facing pressure from US President Donald Trump to send warships to the Strait of Hormuz, through which at least 20% of the world's oil and gas shipments pass. And despite opposition from Seoul, the US has been redeploying air defense missiles from South Korea to the Middle East, prompting debate in policy circles here about whether, after 70 years of close security cooperation, Washington is shifting from being an indispensable defense partner to a liability. Jack Barton, Al Jazeera, Seoul.
Let's take a look at some of the other stories in the headlines now. Afghanistan's government says a Pakistani airstrike on a drug rehabilitation center in Kabul has killed at least 400 people and injured hundreds more. It's the latest escalation in a growing conflict between the countries after a fragile ceasefire broke down in February. Wilson Dysard reports.
Anti-aircraft fire over the skies of Afghanistan's capital, Kabul. On the ground, scenes of bloodshed and horror, bodies burnt to ash. Afghan officials say that a Pakistani airstrike killed hundreds of civilians at a drug treatment center.
They were innocent civilians and admitted patients. There is no military base and there is no military-related departments or anything else. Fortunately, our rescue team reached to the area and we are searching for the injured admitted patients, also to the victims that they lost their lives.
Pakistan says it targeted a military facility in Kabul, as well as another one in the eastern Afghan province of Nangarhar. The strike marks a deadly escalation of a conflict between the two neighbors that has intensified in recent months, leaving hundreds dead. Pakistan has hit Kabul before, but without a death toll of this scale. The strike follows exchanges of shelling across their shared border that officials on both sides say killed several civilians. Pakistan accuses Afghanistan's Taliban-led government of supporting armed groups carrying out attacks on Pakistani territory. Hours before this strike, a United Nations Security Council resolution extended the UN's political mission in Afghanistan until June and urged the Afghan government to take active, immediate, and demonstrable measures to curb attacks. Meanwhile, the World Food Programme says it's rushing relief to 20,000 people in Afghanistan displaced by violence. But with the world's diplomats consumed by a spiral of crises, a resolution to the Afghanistan-Pakistan conflict seems far away. Wilson Dysard, Al Jazeera.
Kamal Haider joins us now live from Islamabad, and there have been reports of drone incursions, Kamal, over Pakistan, calls for calm. How's the public responding?
Well, first of all, there was that security advisory that drones were on their way from Afghanistan. But these are very rudimentary drones. In fact, a few days ago, Some of them were shot down. They do not have explosives on them. So they're very rudimentary, and at the moment they're not of a big concern, except that it causes a little bit of panic amongst the public. The security forces saying that there should be no panic, that the security forces are tracking these. So not a huge incident. However, there is a possibility that at some point the Afghan Taliban may start using those drones, because what the Pakistanis have been saying that some of the targets they struck last night included drone assembly units. They blame India for helping the Afghan Taliban. And Pakistan says that their main target were ammunition depots, weapons depots, as well as military infrastructure. So Pakistan denying the fact that they struck the hospital. However, the report from the Afghan side says that there were heavy casualties at that hospital. Also important to note that there has been some offer of conciliation from China. Earlier there were reports that Pakistan had snubbed the Chinese, but the foreign ministry yesterday said that Pakistan was not at all dismissive of that. So there are behind the scenes diplomatic efforts to try to cool tensions, but this is indeed being reported as one of the deadliest incidents since the two sides started shooting at each other.
So, Kamal, just how clear is the picture about what exactly has been hit amidst these conflicting statements between the two countries?
Well, there was footage that was released last night. It was shot in Kabul that showed an ammunition depot possibly being struck because there were secondary explosions after it was struck. However, Pakistan continues to deny that it hit civilian areas. Earlier, there were some civilian casualties on the Pakistani side. The Afghans, of course, denying that. So there is, of course, serious concern now because the International Human Rights Foundation has issued a strong condemnation, and they have called for an independent investigation into this particular incident.
All right, thanks so much, Kamal Haider there. Well, the US President Donald Trump says he would be, quote, honored to take over Cuba. The island nation is facing an energy crisis after Trump imposed an oil blockade in late January. He's threatened to levy tariffs on any country that sells oil to Havana. Trump's comments come as Cuba hopes to open the lines of communication and business with the United States. But many people remain skeptical about that happening. NBC reporter George Solis reports from Havana.
Cuba is in the dark. The entire electrical grid collapsing today as the country struggles with an energy crisis, leaving millions on the island without power.
During this latest blackout, people have been spilling out to the streets here for hours. Fortunately, some cloud cover to keep them from this blistering heat.
It's been 3 months since a drop of oil has reached the country. Highways are empty because there's no gas. Women are delivering babies in dark hospitals with no electricity. Conditions are deteriorating. I sat down exclusively with Deputy Prime Minister Oscar Perez Oliva Fraga, considered by many to be Cuba's economic czar. His plan to attract more foreign investors, including large companies from the United States. He says Cuba is open to having a fluid commercial relationship with U.S. companies, with Cubans residing in the United States and their descendants. This person tells me it would be a breath of fresh air. And while there are people in the United States who legally do business with Cuba, Washington's trade embargo restricts many companies from doing authorized business there. Today, President Trump was asked about taking Cuba.
Taking Cuba, I mean, whether I free it, take it, I think I could do anything I want with it.
What a relationship would look like, though, remains to be seen, particularly since Congress has to vote, and many in Congress are skeptical.
I would ask and advise any Cuban that lives here or any Cuban in exile, please don't invest in Cuba. You're wasting your time.
Today, Cuban-American activists in Miami came together to send a message.
If we don't have any change in political rights, if we don't have any political guarantees, there's no economic change that's possible.
Freedom is to be able to choose your destiny. It's about Cuban sovereignty, not about business.
And tonight, those Cubans plunged into darkness will come here along Havana's iconic seawall to not only cool off, but escape the reality of the situation.
Police in northeastern Nigeria say at least 23 people have been killed and injured in bombings in the city of Maiduguri. Explosions went off in at least 3 locations in the capital of Borno State. A teaching hospital and 2 markets were hit. There's been no claim of responsibility. South African exporters are worried about fruit shipments that have been stuck at sea because of the Iran war. Farmers are watching developments closely as disruptions to shipping routes bring upheaval and uncertainty for one of the world's largest fruit exporters. Famina Miller reports from Cape Town.
The Middle East represents a $1.3 billion market for South African fruit growers. But weeks of tension brought on by Israel and the United States war in Iran means a lot of uncertainty. 90% of the fruit sent to the region by ship has been disrupted.
We actually have a direct service to the port of Jebel Ali, which is the main hub there. It's a duty-free port as well, which is actually special economic zone. So it's very good from our point of view. The goods arrive there duty-free. That's their big. Unfortunately, the port of Jebel Ali has been attacked as well. I don't think it's fully operational. So that is a major, major concern.
While the Jebel Ali port in the UAE was reopened after services were briefly suspended, the unpredictability for exporters remains, and the restrictions on oil exports from that region is having an effect.
Some of our export clients has indicated that there is an increase in transport cost. They're also struggling to reach certain markets, so the impact is cost at the moment, and market access seems to be more difficult.
Some produce that was shipped before the conflict is stuck at sea. Exporters say some shipping lines are not taking bookings for fruit that's now piling up.
What we're trying to do is we've diverted some of the fruit via India, some of it via Oman, some of it via Sri Lanka, but it's chaotic basically at the moment.
But diverting the produce is not always possible.
Fruit is packed according to the regulations at its final destination. So it's not always possible to divert shipments destined for the Middle East because a new destination may have different requirements.
Some of the fruit is returned to South Africa, but the local market can't absorb all of the produce. While the citrus industry is preparing to harvest and ship tons of fruit that is meant for the Middle East, there is worry about escalating costs and what comes next for a region that accounts for about 20% of South Africa's agricultural exports. Famida Miller, Al Jazeera, Cape Town.
We're going to take a short break now. Stay with us. The news continues at the top of the hour. And, of course, there's aljazeera.com.
On my left, you can see the thick column of the smoke. That is the continuation of the American and Israeli strikes.
Women, children killed in an Israeli strike that targeted southern Lebanon.
Continuing to hear the sound of sirens. According to Israeli media, one drone has infiltrated the borders.
There is a move in Congress to basically tie Donald Trump's hands and end the conflict. They say that's not America first, that's Israel first.
There is so much concern about what all this is going to do to energy markets, oil prices, gas prices, not just in the region, but around the world.
Stay with Al Jazeera for the latest developments. Al Jazeera, wherever you are.
The latest news as it breaks.
The situation looks to be far from de-escalation as the continuous exchange of fire remains the reality on the ground.
With detailed coverage.
As U.S. casualties mount from the growing conflict with Iran, 3/4 of Americans say that the country should be cautious of regime change wars.
From around the world.
Evacuation orders were issued for this town, but it was just a few minutes after that 10 Israeli strikes targeted the town.
Hello, I'm Sami Zaidan. It's 0700 GMT, and you're watching Al Jazeera's extensive coverage of the war between the US, Israel, and Iran. No let-up in US and Israeli strikes on Iran. Major cities, including the capital, Tehran and Isfahan, are hit. A wave of drone and rocket attacks target the US embassy in Baghdad in what's being called the most intense assault yet of the conflict. Israel intensifies its air and ground offensive in Lebanon, bombing Beirut's southern suburbs as the number of displaced climbs. Plus,
for 40 years we're protecting you, and you don't want to get involved in something that is very minor.
US President Donald Trump scolds allies and urges others to do more to help reopen the Strait of Hormuz. And at least 400 people are killed in an airstrike in Afghanistan's capital. The government blames Pakistan. Unrelenting US and Israeli attacks have bombed Iran for another night, more than 2 weeks into the conflict. Iran has kept up its retaliatory attacks against Israel. In Qatar, authorities say they intercepted a missile. Emergency crews are dealing with a limited fire in an industrial zone caused by falling debris. An Iranian strike sparked a fire in an oil hub in the UAE too, forcing authorities to briefly close its airspace. And in Iraq, air defenses intercepted drones over Baghdad. An attack targeted near the US embassy compound. In the past few hours, Israeli forces have bombed Beirut's southern suburbs. The army says it's targeting Hezbollah sites. Meanwhile, the US is facing growing isolation over its plan to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. President Trump has criticized allies, accusing them of not doing enough. We're covering developments from Tehran, Doha and Baghdad. But first to Tawheed Asadi in Tehran. So Tawheed, strikes continuing into Tuesday. Take us through the destruction in Iran. All right, obviously we've got some connection issues with Tawheed there, but we can go to Victoria Gatenby. She's live for us in Doha. And Victoria, we've been seeing Iranian firing into the Gulf, including Doha just a few hours ago, right?
Yeah, that's right. The Ministry of Defence here confirming that they successfully intercepted a missile attack a few hours ago over the skies of Doha. They do say, though, that debris that fell as a result of that interception has caused a small fire in an area known as the industrial area of the city. So the authorities are dealing with that at the moment. No one was injured, but more disruption across the region really in the last 24 hours. In the UAE, their entire airspace had to be closed in the early hours of this morning for several hours because of warnings of missile attacks from Iran. It has now opened, but of course, major transit hubs like Dubai International Airport have had to cancel or reschedule flights, causing a massive disruption for passengers. And staying in the UAE, authorities in Abu Dhabi say a man has been killed there as a result of debris falling from an intercepted missile, and that comes after the same office had to confirm yesterday that a Palestinian man had been killed after a rocket had fallen on a residential area. So, these attacks from Iran causing a huge disruption in this region still.
Tawheed, as I was saying, we saw also heavy US and Israeli airstrikes continue into Tuesday, right? Take us through what the aftermath of that looks like.
Yeah, Sami, this is the third week since the commencement of the campaign of airstrikes, which continues, and we witness sounds of massive explosion in the Iranian capital, Tehran, from midnight. And of course, it is not limited to that. We know that in other cities such as Bandar Abbas, Kermanshah, and Isfahan, we are receiving reports and footages all indicating the continuation of these airstrikes, leaving a serious concern when it comes to fatalities, when it comes to damage and destruction that is being caused. And on that, we know that the spokesperson of the government came out to say that more than 61,000 civilian units have been impacted, some of them targeted, some of them demolished fully, and some of them just damaged. And of course, we know that a huge part of this number goes to the residential areas, goes to homes and apartments belonging to very ordinary citizens. But still, we know that schools as well as hospitals and, of course, even the buildings belonging to Red Crescent are said to be targeted, impacted as a result of these airstrikes. As far as the death toll is concerned, we've got this number of over 1,400 people killed, but this is the official number that comes, but it's still seeing the continuation of these airstrikes, we can estimate, unfortunately, that the number could be even higher when it comes to injuries. We know that thousands of people have been injured, and among the people who have been killed, according to the spokesperson for the government, more than 200 women and more than 200 children under the age of 18 have lost their lives as a result of these continued airstrikes. This is on the one hand. On the other, Iranian side is talking about the continuation of their retaliatory strikes to target the Israeli territories as well as the U.S. military bases across the region. And right now, another topic, which is basically the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, which is becoming more and more important these days.
And Mahmoud Abdul Wahid is in Baghdad for us. And Mahmoud, like I said, an intense, wide-ranging assault on Baghdad. Take us through the targets, which included also a hotel, right? Why?
Right. Sami, the war of attrition continues between Iran-aligned armed groups on the one hand and U.S. and Israel on the other hand. As you know, that drones have been targeting several facilities, U.S. facilities here, some of them intercepted. The latest Victory base, which is annexed to Baghdad International Airport, was targeted several times by drones, but security sources say that they were intercepted and caused material damage and fire in the vicinity of the Victory or Camp Victory, which is home to U.S. military personnel, advisors, as well as Iraqi military individuals as well. Also, the U.S. embassy came under multiple drone attacks last night, but security sources also say that most of them were intercepted, causing fire and material damage in facilities that belong to the U.S. embassy. A hotel here that is home to foreign nationals, a Rashid Hotel, it's called also Royal Tulip Hotel, was targeted by a drone that hit its roof, causing material damage. No casualties were reported, but this hotel is home to several diplomatic missions, foreign diplomatic missions, including the European Union mission, a Saudi Arabian mission, as well as foreign employees working at oil companies here in Iraq. On the other hand, you have counterattacks taking place by U.S., believed to be by U.S. and Israeli airstrikes, targeting locations of the Popular Mobilization Units. Yesterday, an airstrike targeted a location belonging to the Popular Mobilization Forces in Al-Qa'im crossing between Iraq and Iran. Between Iraq and Syria, killing and wounding a number of military individuals. And last night, a house in Jazeera neighborhood here in the capital, Baghdad, was targeted by an airstrike. 6 individuals were killed. Security sources, they say that they belong to the Popular Mobilization Unit. So a kind of war of attrition continues here, and Iraq has turned it into a secondary battlefield on the margin of the conflict going on between Iran on the one hand, Israel and the United States on the other hand. Sami?
And Victoria, in the Gulf, there's also been talk of arrests of sleeper cells. What are you hearing?
Yeah, that's right. So the Ministry of Interior in Kuwait say their security services have uncovered and arrested what they call a terrorist cell linked to the Lebanese group Hezbollah. They say they have arrested 16 people, 14 Kuwaiti citizens and 2 Lebanese nationals. They accuse them of planning activities that would destabilize Kuwait. They say as well as those arrests, they have uncovered guns, ammunition, narcotics, what they refer to as an assassination weapon. They say that the state security is an absolute red line for Kuwait and that anyone involved in such activities will be dealt with, quote, swiftly and decisively.
Tawheed, what are we hearing from Iranian officials about the idea that they've had any discussions with the US, and in particular US Envoy Steve Witkoff?
Denial, actually, is the key word when it comes to these recent reports about any diplomatic engagement between Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi and the U.S. envoy Steve Witkoff. They're saying that the last time they had a conversation, this is from the Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi, dates back to the time prior to initiation of these air strikes, and this is not that. We heard from different officials, including the Foreign Minister himself, the Secretary for the National Supreme Security Council, Ali Larijani, and others, all coming out to say that right now, talking about negotiation or ceasefire is not on the agenda as long as the air strikes continue. And they're saying that we are going to define and determine when and how long this war is going to take. And right now, seeing the current situation, it's not relevant or appropriate to talk about negotiation. And added to that is basically this background of negotiation in the middle of which a war happened, not once but twice in the past year. When we were involved in a negotiation, Iranian officials are saying, back in June 2024, Iran faced a campaign of air strikes to target different places, including nuclear facilities, the military headquarters, and residential areas. And this time again, this is the same scenario being repeated. So there is this sort of very negative vantage point when it comes to the possibility of negotiations. And they're saying that the war, the retaliation, is going to be continued to make sure that the security of the country is guaranteed and that there is no possibility for repetition of such attacks for the future.
All right, let's thank Tawheed Asadi in Tehran, Victoria Gatenby in Doha, and Mahmoud Abdelwahed in Baghdad. US President Donald Trump, well, he's expressing frustration over a lack of support for his plan to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, when Iran has effectively blocked the key passage since the war started.
We have 45,000 troops in Japan. We have 45,000 troops in South Korea. We have 45,000, 50,000 troops in Germany. We defend all these countries. And then, do you have any minesweepers? And they say, well, would it be possible for us not to get involved? We spend trillions and trillions of dollars on NATO to defend other countries. And I always said, but if it ever comes time to defend us, they're not going to be there.
Well, joining us here in the studio in Doha is Mohammed Al-Masri, professor at the Doha Institute for Graduate Studies, and Al Jazeera's Rasul Sardar, who's reported extensively from Iran. Good to have you with us. So what kind of message, Mohammed, does it send when we see Donald Trump there complaining that his allies don't want to help him on this point of the war, compared to the statements of how great American power is that we were hearing on the first days of the war?
Yeah, I think someone's going to write a really interesting book about the Donald Trump war discourse. It's been a series of contradictions. I mean, just yesterday, he made multiple statements that contradicted themselves. At one point, he also said that maybe we shouldn't even be there, which is a remark that has gotten a lot of negative reaction, particularly online, on social media sites, even people sympathetic to the U.S. service people who died, who were killed, 13 of them. They're saying, well, if we didn't need to be there, then why are our people dead? What is the purpose of this war? And this comes in the context, Sammy, of 2 weeks now of contradictions, and really a kind of a series of, you could say, miscommunication on the part of not just Donald Trump, but also Pete Hegseth and other officials. So it's really becoming a crisis now for the Trump administration.
A messaging crisis. On the other hand, Rasul, the messaging coming from the Iranian side is looking more confident, would you say? They're even mocking Donald Trump's statements and calls for help.
Look, for Iranians, so now they believe that the time is on their side, and they believe that when the war is over, Iran is not going to be taken out of the regional security order, but rather it's going to be a dominant factor in the regional security order. When it comes to the Gulf, when it comes to Strait of Hormuz, but even they are now talking about beyond that. So Iran's proxies or allies are also going to be at the table, and Americans and Israelis are going to come to the Iranian terms and accept not only to attack Iran again, but also to make sure that Iran's allies are also not being attacked, particularly Hezbollah, in the future. So the level of the confidence is that, but they're extremely cautious as well. A couple of reasons. First, they know that their military capacity have been significantly degraded, and also the internal strife is still possible. Just yesterday, Sami, in Sistan Balochistan area, there has been a group attacking a police center and killing several police officers. And then in Khuzestan, in the Arab region, they have been a group of people arrested, being accused of preparing for armed attacks. And then days and nights, we know that IRGC is conducting the military operation in western Iran, where the where Kurds mostly live. So Iran is having its own vulnerabilities, issues, and definitely the internal fragility here.
One interesting point was, Professor Al-Masri, when Donald Trump was talking about the response from allies, he said some are on the way, they're on the way. Do we know who he's talking about? And on the way to do what?
Yeah, I mean, overwhelmingly, there's been rejection from the international community, and there isn't clear information to your question, or to answer your question. There isn't clear evidence that anyone is on the way. There are some reports that there are perhaps a handful of countries that may be willing to assist kind of indirectly by providing drones or
he mentioned
weapons.
minesweepers. Do we know if there's been widespread Iranian mining of the Strait of Hormuz? Because we've heard about Spanish and Chinese ships coming and going, right?
Yeah, I mean, the experts that I've been following are saying that it's unlikely that Iran has mined the strait. But I think the takeaway here is that Donald Trump did not calculate this endeavor very carefully. He expected one set of outcomes, and a different set of outcomes has actually greeted him. Yeah, and so now he's having to deal with the fallout of all of that. And I don't think he's going to get a bunch of countries to come in with a coalition to defend the Strait of Hormuz. The attitude of the international community is very much, you got yourself into this war. We didn't ask for it. We were warning against it. Why should we then come and help you?
You break it, you own it. Rasul Sardar, you mentioned the degradation that's going on, but at the same time, we're seeing a continued steady pace of rocket fire from Iran, right? So what is the military relevance of that degradation if they can still fire back?
So for Iranians, what we are hearing from the American officials is that 90% of Iran's stockpiles, including the drone production facilities, that have been destroyed. So this is the official narrative. And perhaps it is true, but this is what is available to the knowledge of the intelligence services. So, and then we can question that knowledge, whether that is accurate or not. So you might think that, for example, Iran has X amounts of drones and the capacity is to a certain level. But as far as I understand the Iranian system, they are a multi-layered system, not only politically and military in terms of the military ranks, but also when it comes to the production as well. So in that sense, it's not quite clear how much of the stockpile steel Iran is possessing. And another thing here is that, Sami, so Iranians have quickly realized that when it comes to the conventional war, its army is no match of the Americans, but it has the capability for the asymmetric warfare. And they have been preparing for that for decades. And just while we're talking about Hormuz, they do not need to send thousands of the floating mines over there. One speedboat and one floating mine could practically bring the whole Strait of Hormuz and the movements across the Gulf to a halt.
There's a question, though, of whether the Iranians want to cut completely all shipping in the Strait of Hormuz, or is it more in their interest to have a more selective approach using drones or more selective weaponry? Is that how you read where the conflict is going? So they can pick and choose who's allowed in and out?
Well, that's what they've been saying. They're officially saying that the strait is open, that it's not closed, that it's only closed to Zionists, the U.S. and Israel and their close allies. That's going to be logistically more difficult to manage. But to your point, yeah, they could use...
What is the next step up for the U.S. then on the escalation ladder?
Well, there are reports suggesting that Donald Trump wants to send in ground troops, possibly to Kharg Island. That would be a major escalation if the U.S. is seen as having taken Kharg Island. I think then you could expect an even more significant retaliation from the Iranians. Let's not forget that both the Americans and the Iranians have been warning for 2 weeks now that they have many cards to play, that they have sort of tricks up their sleeve. And so I do think while we have already climbed the escalation ladder, unfortunately, I think there's still a lot more potential climbing. This could escalate a lot further.
All right, thanks so much, Professor Mohammed Al-Masri from the Doha Institute for Graduate Studies and our senior correspondent, Rasul Sarda. Thanks for coming in. Israeli forces are bombing Beirut's southern suburbs. The area is home to roughly 500,000 people. It's endured Israeli airstrikes for more than 2 weeks now. Israel has also issued a forced displacement order for the families living there. The air attacks come after Israel announced on Monday it was moving troops into southern Lebanon. The army says it's targeting Hezbollah sites there, but international observers are warning a significant Israeli ground offensive would have devastating humanitarian consequences. Strikes across Lebanon have already killed nearly 900 people and displaced more than 1 million. Nida Ibrahim is live in Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. But first, let's go to Zaina Khudush. She's live for us in Marj Uyun in southern Lebanon. So, Zaina, it's been 24 hours now since the Israeli defense minister announced a ground invasion. How does that operation look now?
South Lebanon, very much an active combat zone, especially the territory, the strip of territory along the border a few kilometers deep. The Israeli airplanes constantly in the skies, they've been carrying out airstrikes. We've been hearing a lot of artillery fire. The Israeli military trying to push Hezbollah away from this area. They are saying that they are targeting Hezbollah strongholds. There is active combat in some areas. Hezbollah too firing back. We've heard rocket launches. They continue to fire rockets across the border. Yesterday hitting the city of Nahariya in northern Israel, a direct impact that caused a number of injuries. So this battle is only at its start, really, with the Israeli military advancing on more than one sector along this border. But the advances have so far been limited. It's not clear whether this is because they are still not, planning to push with a large force. But Hezbollah is fighting back. Overnight, they say they managed managed to target an Israeli Merkava tank in Taibe. Taibe also in this sector of southern Lebanon. So it's still not clear whether the Israeli military has been able to set up stable positions. And what is clear is that Hezbollah's strategy here is not to hold ground, but to prevent the Israeli army from holding ground and controlling ground. And that's why we are hearing reports that they are targeting Israeli positions or groups of soldiers within Lebanese territory. So the battle is still taking shape, and many people have left the area. As you can see, empty streets. There's a lot of concern, and also the Israeli military is trying to isolate the eastern sector of southern Lebanon. We were not able to reach here using the road, the main road, the Khardali road, which runs along the Litani River, because it's constantly under Israeli fire. We've had to travel east of the country to be able to reach here. So it's also a question about disrupting supply lines, logistical lines for Hezbollah, and dividing really the sectors in southern Lebanon.
Nida Ibrahim is live for us in Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. And Nida, I'm sure you heard about what Zaina was talking about there, Hezbollah fighting back, but not just by targeting tanks and soldiers in Lebanon. They've been firing rockets as well, right? How intense have those salvos been looking on Tuesday?
Well, these rockets have had the ability not just to disrupt the lives of hundreds of thousands really of Israelis in the northern border, but also affecting central Israel with these long-range missiles that Israel estimates Hezbollah has hundreds of and are being fired towards strategic and military locations inside Israel. There's only one incident that the Israelis have lifted the embargo, let's say, or the ban on the news being broadcast, because of certain videos that emerged from the location showing a Hezbollah strike and actually arriving and making its way into a satellite station near Beit Shemesh. That's a city near West Jerusalem. But in general, there is a lot of talk now about the benefit that the Israeli army would gain from pushing more troops into southern Lebanon. Yes, the Israeli defense minister has said that he wants to push more troops in order to prevent Hezbollah's rockets from being fired into Israel and prevent Hezbollah from being able to infiltrate into northern Israel. But there are a lot of skeptics. There are a lot of Israeli military experts and analysts who say that even when the Israeli army moves into southern Lebanon, first of all, the Hezbollah rockets, a significant portion of them has been fired from north of the Litani River. So maybe being in the area from the border until the southern Litani won't give the Israeli army much benefit. So this is something they've tried before and did not yield results in diminishing Hezbollah's ability to fire into Israel. But there's also this concern that Israel already now has these, what it calls them, strategic hill point locations that it had been occupying in southern Lebanon. And they say if they move further into southern Lebanon, then they would lose the strategic advantage that they have because they are on these hilltops and maybe involve themselves in a war that they cannot do. While the Israeli analysts have been saying that the military sources have been saying rather that the goal is not to prevent those rockets. That won't happen through a ground invasion, but rather they will diminish the ability of Hezbollah to infiltrate into the border. The main message that many military analysts and political analysts have been saying is that diminishing Hezbollah's power will only be achieved through talks with the Lebanese government.
And, as you were talking there, just point out to viewers, Nida, we were showing pictures of the aftermath of rockets falling on Nahariya in Israel on Monday. Pretty intense scenes that have made it out. Zaina, where you are, is one of the prominent lines or points of contact in many of the confrontations between Hezbollah and Israel. Tell us what it looks like in the south of Lebanon, especially for displaced people. Is the numbers now reaching, for the whole country, 1 million displaced, right?
More than 1 million people displaced by the latest conflict, these ongoing Israeli strikes, Israeli evacuation orders telling people to leave from the area, from the Zahrani River all the way up to the Israeli border. That's 50 kilometers of territory. And we heard the Israeli defense minister say yesterday that the hundreds of thousands of Shias who live in this area will not be able to return as long as people in northern Israel are not safe. There is no doubt the Israeli military is using really this displacement crisis as a form of pressure on the Lebanese government. Nida mentioning the Lebanese government, the Israeli military needs the Lebanese government to confront Hezbollah. It knows it's tried this numerous occasions in the past decades to try to finish off Hezbollah, disarm Hezbollah, but without local partners on the ground, it is a very difficult task, or at least it will be a very costly operation. The Lebanese government so far being very reluctant to do so. Yes, they have basically outlawed the military wing of Hezbollah, but the Lebanese army not taking really any action to stop these Hezbollah attacks. And for Hezbollah, this is very much an existential battle. They feel that they have, if you can hear the constant artillery fire behind me, this is really an active combat zone as the Israeli military tries to make further advances and Hezbollah trying to repel those advances. So, a lot of pressure on the Lebanese government, but the Lebanese government is aware that confronting Hezbollah could cause internal strife in the country. It is in a very difficult position. It is also worried about the army, splitting up along sectarian lines, which really happened back in the 1980s during the Civil War. And at that time, Israel invaded Lebanon. They reached Beirut. So history very much repeating itself time and time again, with the Israeli military continuing to try to disarm Hezbollah. A very, very difficult task to do without, boots on the ground. And what Hezbollah is trying to do now is make this very difficult for the Israelis to do so, with Hezbollah saying any end to this conflict, we are not going to accept disarming our forces.
Okay, let's thank Zaina Khudr there in southern Lebanon and Nida Ibrahim in Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. You're watching Al Jazeera's extensive coverage of the war between the US, Israel and Iran. If you're just joining us, let's bring you up to speed with all the latest developments now. The US and Israeli strikes are continuing across Iran. Major Iranian cities, including the capital Tehran and Shiraz, have been targeted in the latest bombardments. More than 1,400 have been killed in Iran since the start of the war. Israeli forces are bombing Beirut's southern suburbs. The area is home to roughly 500,000 people, and it's endured Israeli airstrikes for more than 2 weeks now. Israel has also issued a forced displacement order for families living there. US President Donald Trump is expressing frustration over a lack of support for his plan to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Iran has effectively blocked the key shipping route since the war started. Trump has called on allies to help secure the strait. Tensions around the Strait of Hormuz are hitting Asian markets. Economies that rely on energy imports like South Korea and Japan are under pressure as their currencies weaken and stocks fall. The crisis is also testing long-standing US alliances to countries in the region. Jack Barton reports from Seoul.
South Korea's main Kospi index rose slightly on speculation that some oil and gas shipments may soon start passing through the Strait of Hormuz, which has been effectively closed by Iran. Despite the rise, South Korea's Kospi index has fallen about 10% since the US-Israel strikes on Iran began, and the Korean won is at its weakest against the dollar since the 2008 global financial crisis. The index is particularly vulnerable because of South Korea's heavy dependence on Middle Eastern oil to fuel its export-driven economy. Financial services group Nomura has flagged it among the most exposed economies to the current crisis. Japan, which imports about 90% of its energy needs from the region, finds itself in a near-identical bind. On top of the economic strain, both countries are facing pressure from US President Donald Trump to send warships to the Strait of Hormuz, through which at least 20% of the world's oil and gas shipments pass. And despite opposition from Seoul, the US has been redeploying air defense missiles from South Korea to the Middle East, prompting debate in policy circles here about whether after 70 years of close security cooperation, Washington is shifting from being an indispensable defense partner to a liability. Jack Barton, Al Jazeera, Seoul.
Well, let's go now to Washington, D.C. for deeper insight into the debates shaping the U.S. and the world. Here's Anna and Phil for This is America.
Hello from Al Jazeera. This is Washington, D.C. This is America. We're coming to you from our bureau right near Capitol Hill. And here right now on the Hill, Republican lawmakers are worried. They are concerned because many are up for re-election later this year. As the world listens to the words of President Trump, many of their constituents are telling them they are worried. Those levels of anxiety are through the roof, just like oil prices. And we're going to look at that in more detail shortly. But first, Anna Burns-Francis.
Thanks, Phil. That's right. It is all about affordability and anxiety. The war in Iran is hitting home in America. Rising gas prices fueling a crisis not just in the back pocket, but across the political spectrum. We're joined by a team of correspondents across the Capitol to discuss this big issue facing Americans as midterm elections loom. Kimberly Halkett joins us from the White House, and our chief US correspondent, Alan Fisher, joins us from Capitol Hill. The price of Brent crude oil is over $100 a barrel today, and that is bad news when it comes to filling up the tank. A month ago, regular gasoline cost $2.92 a gallon. That's 77 cents a litre. But since the start of the war, it has gone up and up and up. Now at $3.71 a gallon, or 98 cents a litre. Much like the cost of groceries and the level of unemployment, prices at the pump are one of those things forefront at the mind of voters, especially when midterm elections are now just 8 months away.
I feel like it's totally unfair.
It seems like a lot. It's very sad every time I have to pay for that.
It's not fair, you know what I'm saying? But nothing's fair at the end of the day.
I feel sorry for my fellow citizens who are living paycheck to paycheck.
That very real anxiety being felt by everyday Americans is rippling across the country and now all the way up to the corridors of power. Politicians are scrambling to find a way to explain away the high prices, but will it find sway with their constituents, anxious not just about the war, but about its cost to their lives and livelihoods? Let's go to Kimberly Halkett, who joins us from the White House. Kimberly, the president warned the price of oil would rise. Is he sticking to that message?
Yes, on Monday, the U.S. president continuing to stick to his message that oil prices, as they climb and the political pressure grows, that this is merely something that Americans will have to deal with temporarily. He has also said and really promised that there will be light at the end of the tunnel, saying that once the war with Iran ends, in his words, prices will drop like a rock. And he also says that oil prices will go down just like inflation. But he says when asked how long it will take and how long the Iran war will go on for, he said, we don't believe it will be long, but justifies this, saying you can't let a most vicious country like Iran have a nuclear weapon. The Middle East would be gone and Israel would go first. So the U.S. president, once again, sticking to his message that this is something that will only be a short-term pain, even as he is aware that this will put political pressure on members of his own Republican Party.
All right, Alan, I'll bring you in here because Republican politicians find themselves in a bit of a bind here defending that message from President Trump. But are some members of Congress finding themselves moving away from that leadership line?
Well, look, if you speak to someone here on Capitol Hill, all the Republicans, they'll tell you that it's March. The midterms are a long way away, and by the time we get there, then oil prices won't be a big deal. And Donald Trump has described the hike in prices as a short-term excursion. But the Republicans are worried, and one of the reasons they're worried is that they're going to concentrate in the midterms on the passing of the so-called Big Beautiful Bill. Remember that? That was all about lowering costs for average Americans. And there's a couple of independent reports that have come out very recently that say that if the oil prices stay high, all the benefits of the big beautiful bill will effectively be wiped out. Here's another thing that the Republicans should be worried about. If you look at the previous midterm elections, any time the oil price has been over $100 a barrel, the party that controls the White House tends to lose, on average, about 24 seats. Now, there are some exceptions, but an average of 24 seats would mean that the one-seat advantage the Republicans have got at the moment have gone, and that will change entirely Donald Trump's last 2 years in office. One Republican said, look, it's much more important that we deal with Iran at the moment than it is to deal with the oil prices. But try taking that message into the midterm elections and selling it to people who find that their money doesn't go quite as far and their costs are much higher than they used to be.
Indeed. Alan Fisher joining us from Capitol Hill. Kimberly Halkett at the White House. Thank you both. Well, while President Trump is at risk of losing the support of Republican lawmakers, the rising cost of energy and the flow-on effects right across the economy stand to have a major impact on even his most loyal voters. Paddy Culhane takes a look at what it means.
Iran closed the Strait of Hormuz. Shipping all but stopped. And the price at the gas pump started climbing.
It's crazy. It's, it's not needed, especially at a time when people are already struggling.
Gas is the most visible impact because the price of it splashed on brightly lit signs on many American streets. But it will not be the only one. It will soon be planting season for America's farmers. And the countries in the Middle East supply a vast amount of the fertilizers that they will need. A third of the world's urea, used to make nitrogen fertilizer, and 1/4 of another type of fertilizer using ammonia come from the region. All products that could be trapped behind the Iran-made line, meaning more expensive fertilizer or none at all, which will reduce crop yields and eventually hit food prices. For U.S. President Donald Trump, the price of gas has long been something he wanted to brag about, to send the message he is bringing costs down for Americans.
Gasoline prices are way down, and in some places, $1.99 a gallon.
Poll after poll of American voters shows their top concern is the state of the economy. So what exactly is that concern? Let's break it down according to a recent Pew poll. Top of mind, the cost of health care. After that, the cost of food and goods. They're also quite concerned about the cost of housing, the cost of electricity, the cost of gas. And this was before the Iran war started. What they seem less concerned about is how the stock market is doing.
Many of those things will cost more because of the war.
Senator, how do you think the war is going to impact the...
We tried to ask Republican senators about that.
We'll follow up with you, okay?
Senator, can I ask you just one question?
But it is something Democratic politicians are keen to highlight.
We need a president who will honor his promises to avoid foreign wars of choice and strengthen the economy here at home. And we need a Congress who will not stand silent as these promises are broken.
Many of those politicians now wondering if their support or their silence will cost them come election time. Paddy Culhane, Al Jazeera, Washington.
Well, let's take a look at how this is playing out in the US media with Phil Lavelle, where it's dominating the news cycle and the minds of Republicans. Right, Phil?
Yeah, absolutely. Panic and pivoting are two key words here for Republican lawmakers. Obviously, the Republicans, also known as the GOP, many of those lawmakers are up for re-election in the midterms in November. So there is some anxiety, and it is being reported by the Washington Post. Look, Iran's war oil shock fuels GOP political anxiety. That is the key word here. It goes on to say that this has injected new uncertainty into GOP plans to tout their progress on the economy. And it also cites a consultant working with a Republican candidate who says that they recently had to rewrite a fundraising pitch that touted gas prices from before the war broke out in late February. Right, let's move over to Time magazine. This is the headline in Time. Here's how badly oil prices could hurt Republicans in the midterms. And it has some words that are going to strike fear into the hearts of many Republicans. Look, if Republicans can't get their arms around the spiraling costs of oil, they will need to get familiar with a new greeting. Hello, Speaker Hakeem Jeffries. Remember, he is the House Minority Leader at the moment, but if the Republicans do badly, the Democrats do well, he takes the top job there. It says Republicans can see the peril as clear as day. And it moves on to talk about the previous president, Joe Biden. Look, Biden's re-election campaign struggled for several reasons, but among the biggest was his inability to convince Americans that the pain they were feeling in their wallets was not real. Of course, this was a big issue in the 2024 presidential election. Joe Biden saying the economy's doing well, you just don't really feel it at the moment. Donald Trump really went big on that in his campaign. Right, next up, we're going to go to radio, NPR, National Public Radio. This is their show, Morning Edition, which is broadcast nationally. And it asks, how is Trump's war stance resonating with Republicans? And it had this take on voters. It said they are willing to tolerate it being Iran, for a very short period of time, but not if they have to pay consequences themselves in the form of higher gas prices or food prices. And it had this take on President Trump.
I'm not sure he's listening to the American people as much as he's listening to the people around him and that are close to him and other billionaires who care. And so if it's a pain point for the average American, I'm not sure that matters to him.
Right, let's head next to Politico. There's the headline there. Republicans hold their breath as energy prices swing. And it has a quote, sounds kind of obvious from the Senate Majority Leader John Thune, but it's true. The price of gas is always kind of a benchmark. Many Americans will be voting with their pocketbooks. And it goes on to say the extreme swings in global and domestic energy costs are pitting two of the GOP's biggest priorities, affordability and national security, against each other, forcing Republicans to walk a tightrope on both issues as the party works to solidify its agenda ahead of the midterms. CNBC, meanwhile, goes on to talk to some of those lawmakers, and it has this headline, gas prices threaten Republican lawmakers' plans to win on affordability. It has this take on the situation facing the Republican Party.
If indeed this war is done within the next couple of weeks, it's likely the narrative of the midterms is going to be based on affordability, the economy, or whatever big news story comes up in, say, August, September, and October. And if it's still something where we are doing strikes or asking Congress for funding, then you might see a number of Americans who are wondering why we're over in Iran.
Now, the midterms are not till November. It's March. It feels a long way away. It really isn't. The political posturing has begun. The political messaging has begun. That anxiety over affordability really being felt right now.
So what are the chances of Republicans losing the midterms thanks to sky-high oil prices? Let's ask today's guests. Republican strategist Don Ferry and political analyst Eric Kam. Thank you both for joining us. John, I'll start with you. The message of making Americans' lives more affordable, that was a key platform of President Trump. Has that idea vanished?
Well, we're going to find out. We have a long way to the midterms, so we got some time. The question is, how long will this war last, and how long will it impact not only the price of oil, but also price of just everything, because oil impacts everything. So for the president, you know, I know he's got a timeline that he's thinking about. He says 4 or 5 weeks. But really, they need to get not only on affordability, but also the president needs to focus on the economy and getting people feeling good about the economy. It's not just about affordability. It's also about getting rid of the anxiety about the future.
You said we're going to find out. That's not exactly a vote of confidence that things are going the right way.
Well, you know, we were already worried about the midterms because history would tell you the midterms are going to be difficult for whatever the party is out of power. Yeah. This only adds more uncertainty and anxiety with people who are running for re-election.
Eric, I'll bring you in here because there is this concept that correlation is not causation necessarily. Oil prices don't necessarily mean that seats get lost at midterms. But will this be the one issue that is the nail in the coffin for Republicans if they were already worried about their chances?
Yeah, as John said, this is already going to be an uphill climb. We know historically the party in power typically loses seats, and what we were seeing even before the war began, people were extremely anxious about rising prices, inflation, and now that we have a war that has seen gas prices skyrocket, I think what this is doing now is making it even that much more difficult. Already, there's been a record number of Republicans who are heading for the exits as we get to the midterms, and so I think what we're seeing right now is the first quarter is already gone. Now we see that the Republican Party has to figure out a way not only to solve this crisis, but also try to find a way to bring voters back to their side. That's going to be a very heavy lift when you're looking at historically bad numbers for the president himself.
OK, finding that way. John, you're a strategist for the Republicans. What's the strategy here? Do they stay loyal to President Trump and his line, or do they branch out if they know that in their home state, in their district, that things are going to be really hard to afford? that they move away from that line.
You know, one of the things about this war is it has united the Republican Party in one sense. The neoconservatives really like what the president is doing. The MAGA Republicans still like President Trump. So the base is unified more than it has in the past. The other thing they have to do from a strategist perspective, there are about 30 to 35 races that really is going to depend on. For the Republicans, they need to go after the Democrats. They need to talk about the Democrats being loony left. They need to go at the Democrats are having their own kind of internal fights between the liberal wing and the moderate wing, and the liberals are winning more than they're losing. And so the Republicans have more campaign money, so they need to make as many of these races as possible, not about President Trump, but by the Democrats who are running.
Eric, I saw you nodding your head there, and I was going to ask you what advice you would have for the Republicans, but maybe actually it's the Democrats that should be capitalizing and taking some advice here.
Well, as John said, Democrats are in disarray, but you wouldn't know that from how bad things are politically for the president. And so I think if you look at just all of the special elections that have been taking place since last November, Democrats have been winning, and not only winning, but winning big in Republican districts that President Trump won by 24 points just in 2024. And we're seeing a massive swing already taking place. So, yes, that might be a strategy for Republicans to go after Democrats. But I think what Democrats need to do right now is focus on affordability and also keep their heads down and let the Republicans take all of the incoming fire in terms of the rising prices and inflation that we're seeing right now.
Yeah, which they certainly are at the moment. President Trump has again talked about oil prices today. His message of reassurance that American oil is in plentiful supply.
It's great. We're number one in oil by double now. We drill, baby, drill. We're double any other nation, and it's going to be soon triple any other nation. And that doesn't include Venezuela, who's been great. We've taken out millions of barrels of oil. It's a tremendous oil source. And
all right, then, Eric, how high will the price of oil go?
Well, the Iranians are hoping that it reaches $200 per barrel and basically collapses the U.S. economy and forces Donald Trump to actually leave. And while President Trump talks about how much oil the United States has, it really doesn't matter because, as we all know, oil is a global commodity. Yeah. And as the prices rise, it doesn't matter how much you have. Those prices are still going to go up, which is going to cause tremendous pain for consumers, they will certainly take it out on lawmakers at the polls in November.
200 seems slightly unrealistic, perhaps, John.
I don't think it's going to be 200. Listen, I think that there's a lot of wildcatters in Texas and the Permian Basin who are very happy because if you get prices per barrel below 70, it's actually hard for them to make money. They're going to make money at 100. And so there's always winners and losers. Somebody will be happy. You know, I do think that the president's doing everything he can to get as much oil on the marketplace as possible. And he's right.
Hang on, isn't everything he can not starting a war, or at least
that would have been preferable. Yeah. But I think he saw bigger strategic reasons to go after Iran. Sure. And he's not the first president to deal with this Iranian problem. Well, he is the first president to deal with it in such a way, such an overwhelming way. And, we were talking about this in the green room, when you go to a war with a big country like Iran, it's never going to play out exactly as you want. So let's hope for the president or for the country it plays out better than we all are worried about now.
Yeah, because he is promising a big drop in the price of gasoline when the war ends. But it's not much reassurance if we don't know when that is.
If you get the Straits of Hormuz opened up again, and it seems like he's putting as many resources into that as possible, prices will go back down again.
Okay. As we say, prices could go back down again. It is a long way, Eric, until the midterms. How much of this issue right now in this time and place will be of an impact to voters as they turn up to the ballot box come early November?
Look, if we look at when Donald Trump first came into office in 2025, voters had already seen a very unpredictable and chaotic president with the Liberation Day tariffs, everything that we've seen from ICE. And so I think already you have begun to see voters, at least they wanted to see less chaos from the president. And I think now that we see this war where the United States is isolated, only the United States and Israel, we're seeing American allies who are refusing to join and help in this operation. And so I think now Americans recognize that there needs to be more of a check on this president. And I think that's why not only are you seeing some of the MAGA base, young voters, people of color who sided with the president in 2024, moving away from Donald Trump, I think that number is only going to grow. And I think that could be problematic because, again, voters don't want to see all of the chaos that's playing out right now.
OK, in terms of the chaos playing out, part of that is the messaging from the Republicans on the Hill. Do you see Republicans finding some common message between now and November?
Well, they better. The president did promise to be a disruptor in chief, and he's really disrupted a lot of things. The question is, can he turn his focus back to the everyday concerns of his voting base? And to your point, a lot of people are very frustrated with this war because they don't like, a lot of Republican young men especially don't like Israel that much. And so you need to make the point that this is actually going to change things and make things better. And this is a small sacrifice to pay for wider peace and security in America. That's a mighty big thing to make, mighty big point to make between now and November. And to your point about a check on the president, that's always the thing that seems to happen in midterm elections. So the president's got to make the case that it's not about a check on the president. We need to stop the obstruction of the Democrats. If he doesn't make that point, then they're going to lose the midterms.
All right. John Ferry, Eric Ham, thank you both for coming in. Those fractures showing up in the Republican Party have been playing out very publicly on social media. Here's Alex Baird with this week's roundup.
Well, that pain at the pump is splitting the Republican camp online. Conservative commentator Matt Walsh up in arms at this off-the-cuff remark by Trump, saying you aren't helping anything, least of all our chances in the midterms, by pretending that this is good messaging. And that's the thorn in the side for Republicans right now, those midterm elections. Republican Congressman Thomas Massie of Kentucky is one of those facing re-election. And the threat at the ballot box has him taking aim at oil prices, saying the war with Iran isn't America first. But Trump, unsurprisingly, is sticking to his guns, saying soaring oil prices are just short-term and that, in all caps, only fools would think differently. The White House at pains to remind voters that things were worse under Biden in 2022, when oil prices went as high as $139 a barrel. This take from Vice President J.D. Vance going viral online.
In the Biden administration, they were crazy high. The gas prices we're seeing today are nothing like what we saw at the peak of the Biden administration because the president...
Energy Secretary Chris Wright has also been sticking to that same line, that prices today are still lower. But no matter the state on the gas station forecourt, Americans are feeling it. And for Republicans facing midterm elections, that pain at the pump could make all the difference.
Well, that's all for now from Washington, D.C. On This is America, we'll keep following the decisions that shape the U.S. and influence the world. And now we'll head back to Al Jazeera's global headquarters in Doha. Thanks for watching.
Let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines now. Afghanistan's government says a Pakistani airstrike on a drug rehabilitation center in Kabul has killed at least 400 people. It's the latest escalation in a growing conflict between the countries after a fragile ceasefire broke down in February. Wilson Dysart now.
Anti-aircraft fire over the skies of Afghanistan's capital, Kabul. On the ground, scenes of bloodshed and horror, bodies burnt to ash. Afghan officials say that a Pakistani airstrike killed hundreds of civilians at a drug treatment center.
They were innocent civilians and admitted patients. There is no military base and there is no military-related departments or anything else. Fortunately, our rescue team reached to the area and we are searching for the injured admitted patients and also to the victims that they lost their lives.
Pakistan says it targeted a military facility in Kabul, as well as another one in the eastern Afghan province of Nangarhar. The strike marks a deadly escalation of a conflict between the two neighbors that has intensified in recent months, leaving hundreds dead. Pakistan has hit Kabul before, but without a death toll of this scale. The strike follows exchanges of shelling across their shared border that officials on both sides say killed several civilians. Pakistan accuses Afghanistan's Taliban-led government of supporting armed groups carrying out attacks on Pakistani territory. Hours before this strike, a United Nations Security Council resolution extended the UN's political mission in Afghanistan until June and urged the Afghan government to take active, immediate, and demonstrable measures to curb attacks. Meanwhile, the World Food Programme says it's rushing relief to 20,000 people in Afghanistan displaced by violence. But with the world's diplomats consumed by a spiral of crises, a resolution to the Afghanistan-Pakistan conflict seems far away. Wilson Dysart, Al Jazeera.
Cuba's scrambling to restore electricity supplies after a nationwide outage left about 10 million people without power. Regular blackouts have become more common in Cuba since the U.S. imposed an oil blockade on the island in January. Public anger has been growing over the power cuts, as well as shortages of food, medicine, and other basics. We're taking a short break. The news continues at the top of the hour, so stay with us.
As the war on Iran widens, its impact is spreading beyond the battlefield. Shockwaves are hitting global energy markets as facilities are damaged, supply routes disrupted, and risks to vital shipping lanes grow. Stay with Al Jazeera for continued coverage and expert analysis.
Hard-hitting interviews.
Israel keeps defying that court. Should you not take tougher sanctions because of that?
Well, we condemn.
Words.
Facing realities. Who is responsible?
Genocide is committed by those who give the orders. Even subordinates who obeyed those orders are also responsible.
Thought-provoking answers.
And where does a nuclear-powered Pakistan stand with that?
Pakistan obviously would stand as member of the Ummah, will discharge his duty.
Hear their story on Talk to Al Jazeera.
Examining the impact of today's headlines.
The United States has perfect capability of beating any country in the world into a pulp, but it will come at a cost.
Setting the agenda for tomorrow's discussions.
Conflict, it's all created by human beings, so it can all be solved by human beings, if only we can learn to cooperate.
International filmmakers and world-class journalists bring programs to inform and inspire you on Al Jazeera.
Hello, I'm Sami Zaidan. You're watching Al Jazeera's extensive coverage of the war between the US, Israel, and Iran. No let-up in US and Israeli strikes on Iran. Major cities, including the capital Tehran and Shiraz, are hit. The US Embassy in Iraq targeted again. A wave of drone and rocket attacks take aim at Baghdad's heavily fortified Green Zone. Israel's attacks on Lebanon causing more devastation in a conflict that's displaced more than 800,000 people in just weeks. And in other news, at least 400 people are killed in an airstrike in Afghanistan's capital. The government blames Pakistan. Unrelenting US and Israeli attacks have bombed Iran for another night, more than 2 weeks into the conflict. Iran has kept up its retaliatory attacks too against Israel. In Qatar, authorities say they intercepted a missile. Emergency crews are dealing with a limited fire in an industrial zone caused by falling debris. An Iranian strike sparked a fire too at an oil hub in the UAE, forcing authorities to briefly close the airspace. In Iraq, air defenses intercepted drones over Baghdad. An attack targeted near the US Embassy compound. Well, in the past few hours, Israeli forces have bombed Beirut's southern suburbs. The army says it's targeting Hezbollah sites. Meanwhile, the US is facing growing isolation over its plan to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. President Trump is criticizing allies, accusing them of not doing enough. We're covering developments from Tehran, Doha, Baghdad and Ramallah. But first, we head over to Tawheed Asadi. He joins us from Tehran. So Tawheed, Tuesday brought more waves of airstrikes. So what are we seeing in the aftermath in significant places like Shiraz and Tehran, of course?
Not limited to Shiraz and Tehran, of course, across the country in different other cities such as Isfahan, Kermanshah, Bandar Abbas, and other cities, we have been receiving footages and reports about the continuation of the airstrikes by the Americans and Israelis on the day 18th of which right now we are witnessing the casualties. This toll is set to be more than 1,400. This is the official number, even though we know that since the continued nature of these strikes, unfortunately, we can say that the number can be even higher, specifically when it comes to unrecorded, let's say, people who have lost their lives. And when it comes to injuries, there is also another concerning number. Thousands of people have been said to be injured. And of course, speaking of the places targeted, we know that not just the military bases, not just the headquarters belonging to IRGC or state buildings, but also very civilian units are being targeted. And we heard from the spokesperson for the government, Fatemeh Mohajirani, saying that at least more than 61,000 civilian units have been impacted, some of them utterly demolished, others damaged to a certain extent. And when most of these civilian units are just those belonging to residential units, I mean apartments, houses, or places where people are living. But that doesn't stop there. Obviously, we know that hospitals, schools, and even buildings belonging to the Red Crescent itself are impacted. And of course, on the other hand, we know that Iran is talking about the continuation of the retaliatory strikes, the recent wave of which was conducted by the IRGC, Wave 57, they called it. And this is a point that we can call quite far from de-escalation.
Tawheed, stay with us. We're going to bring our viewers some news. The Iran Speaker of Parliament is saying Tehran doesn't want a war but will defend itself. In an interview with the Parliament news agency, Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf said Iran is looking for long-term security guarantees.
The threat must be removed from the region and from Iran. The danger of war must not continue, and this mustn't happen again. A ceasefire followed by their attempt to restart everything again 5 months later is not acceptable. We're not seeking the continuation of war. We're not saying that we want war or that we want to disrupt the security of the region. Absolutely not. We want security in the region to be established in such a way that they never repeat this cycle again. We seek sustainable security. Sustainable security is security that is people-based within the countries of the region themselves and by the countries of the region themselves.
The Gulf also looking for security, right? Victoria Gatenby joins us from Doha, where ports, gas fields, industrial zones across the Gulf all taking a hit.
Yeah, that's right. And here in Qatar, we've had more missile interceptions just before 7 a.m. local time. The threat level was raised. Most people across this city will have heard those interceptions. The Ministry of Defense confirming they were successful, but some debris from that interception landed on an area called the industrial area in the capital, Doha, and caused a small fire, which the authorities are now dealing with, but they reported no injuries. Across the region, the attacks continue day in and day out, causing massive disruptions. So earlier on this morning, in the early hours of this morning, the UAE airspace was completely closed for several hours because of the threat of Iranian missiles. It has now reopened, but of course, lots of flights will have been cancelled or rescheduled in some of the world's busiest transit hubs, so causing massive disruption. Staying in the UAE, the authorities in Abu Dhabi say one man has been killed after debris from a missile interception landed there, and that comes after they reported that a Palestinian man had been killed on Monday after a rocket landed in a residential area. So although Iranian authorities say that they're only targeting US bases and US assets, increasingly as this war goes on, civilians, ordinary people are being affected.
And Tawheed, we heard the statement there by Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf, the Speaker of the Iranian Parliament, saying they want security guarantees. But what are they saying about the idea that any contacts to discuss those guarantees have already started, particularly with the US envoy Steve Witkoff?
Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi came out recently to say that the reports regarding the contacts between him and Steve Witkoff, the U.S. envoy, is not are not basically correct. And of course, the entirety of the rhetoric that we hear from Tehran is indicative of the very fact that they are not willing to get engaged in any sort of negotiation at this point, and they are not going to offer ceasefire based upon maybe what we hear from different Iranian officials. Very much similar to what we just heard from the Speaker of the Parliament, Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf. It was the first vice president of the country coming out exactly with the same echo, saying that Iran is going to continue to strike back as long as it is needed and as long as it can make sure that the security of the country is guaranteed. And it's using a wide range of, a wide spectrum of tools in this toolbox, including the closure of Strait of Hormuz, including the retaliatory strikes, to use its maximum leverage in this already delicate situation. When it comes to military aspect, the strong message being heard here is that resilience, and they're saying that they're going to continue while ceasefire and negotiation are not the options on the table, while the airstrikes by the Americans and Israelis go on.
Strikes also continuing in Iraq. Mahmoud Abdul Wahid is in Baghdad as it looked like foreign targets in particular are coming under fire from embassy compounds to hotels.
Right, Sami, you know, attacks and counterattacks. And if you like, Iraq has turned into a secondary battlefield, and that the government has been warning against. But unfortunately, this is exactly the case. The latest is a multiple drone, explosive-laden drone attacks targeting U.S. facilities in Baghdad, namely the U.S. Embassy. Some of them were intercepted by the air defense system. Others hit facilities belonging to the U.S. Embassy in the heavily fortified Green Zone. Elsewhere, near Baghdad International Airport, Camp Victory, which is home to U.S. military individuals as well as Iraqi military individuals, came under drone attacks. But security sources say that they were intercepted and they caused fire in the nearby area with material damage only. No human casualties have been reported in these attacks. But on the other hand, a luxury hotel here in the Green Zone that is home to foreign diplomatic missions, namely the European Union mission, a Saudi diplomatic mission, and also foreign employees at oil companies, was hit by an explosive-laden drone that hit the rooftop of the hotel and caused only material damage. Following these attacks, a counterattack by an airstrike targeted a civilian house in Jazeera, in Jazeera neighborhood in the capital Baghdad, killing 6 military commanders belonging to the Popular Mobilization Unit. So Iraq has turned it into a secondary battlefield, a war of attrition between Iran-aligned armed groups on the one hand, Israel and the United States on the other hand. Sami?
All right, let's thank Tawheed Asadi in Tehran, Victoria Gatenby in Doha, and Mahmoud Abdul Wahid in Baghdad. Let's bring you some lines which are just dropping now. This is according to Israeli media. It's saying that the Israeli military targeted on Tuesday Iran's security chief, Ali Larijani. But the report is saying it's not clear if he was killed or injured in that, and there's been no comment from Iran itself. So just to recap, this is Israeli media reports claiming that Israel has targeted Ali Larijani, the Iranian security chief, with no confirmation about his condition. Well, US President Donald Trump has expressed frustration over a lack of support for his plan to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Iran has effectively blocked the key passage since the war started.
We have 45,000 troops in Japan. We have 45,000 troops in South Korea. We have 45,000, 50,000 troops in Germany. We defend all these countries. And then, do you have any minesweepers? And they say, well, would it be possible for us not to get involved? We spend trillions and trillions of dollars on NATO to defend other countries. And I always said, but if it ever comes time to defend us, they're not going to be there.
The European Union's top diplomat says the bloc has no desire to extend the Red Sea naval mission to help reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Separately, Germany's Chancellor says the war in the Middle East is, quote, not a matter for NATO.
The EU already has naval operations in place. We have Aspides that plays a key role in safeguarding the freedom of navigation. There was, in our discussions, a clear wish to strengthen this operation, but for the time being, there was no appetite in changing the mandate of the Operation Aspides for now.
Der NATO.
It was therefore clear at the moment that this war is not a matter for NATO. Secretary-General Mark Rutte has already emphasized this. I wish to expressly endorse that view. Nor did the United States of America and Israel consult us prior to this war. As for Iran, there has never been a joint decision on whether to take action. That is why the question of how Germany might contribute militarily does not arise. We will not be doing so.
Well, joining us here in the studio is Mohammed Al-Masri, professor at the Doha Institute for Graduate Studies, and Al Jazeera's senior correspondent, Rasul Sardar, who's reported extensively from Iran. Good to have you both with us. So, Professor Mohammed, what we heard in those SOTs just before that the Europeans are not excited, US allies are not excited about jumping into this conflict, getting involved in the Strait of Hormuz. What is next then for the US? Well, up the escalation ladder if it can't get allies involved, if it can't collapse the Iranian government?
You know, I really think that Donald Trump probably realizes by now that this was a strategic mistake, that this was a blunder, that there's now a huge quagmire that didn't really need to happen. My sense is that he would probably find an off-ramp if he could. But the U.S. is kind of at a point of no return. They may be forced to kind of escalate at this point because there's a realization that Iran is going to continue, that they do not have an interest in stopping the war right now. So both sides have cards to play. We spoke earlier about the possibility of another attack, a larger attack on Kharg Island. The U.S. could
Do you think this time it could go after the oil facilities on Kharg Island?
That is possible, and Trump has suggested the possibility of sending troops onto the island. So the U.S. could basically take the island. That would be a major escalation, obviously. Iran would then escalate in kind.
And that's, Rasul, you've covered Iran for a long time. No doubt Iran has thought through such a scenario. What would we expect Iran's response to be? Should Kharg Island be occupied? Should they target Iran's oil facilities on Kharg Island?
I'm not expecting the USA to directly target the oil facilities over there for two reasons. First, Iranians are saying that once the oil facilities in Kharg Island are targeted, then we are going to respond in the same way in the regional countries. So that is going to further put a pressure on the global economy. And second,
in which case, whether the Strait of Hormuz is open or closed becomes almost meaningless,
indeed,
right?
That's correct. However, at the end of the day, so the expectation is once this closure is over, then the regional countries are going to be able to provide the oil and gas to the global market. But if their oil and gas infrastructures are further hammered and harmed by the Iranian attacks, then that's going to take months and in some cases years. But here, one of the things I think is the second reason is if Donald Trump is really planning to put the troops on the ground, particularly Kharg Island, then they will need that facilities as well. So when I was in Iran last time, I'm meeting an official and he was talking about the possible scenarios that Iranians are brainstorming about. And one of the points was that Americans could attempt through an intense military operation to attempt to get the Abu Musa Island. However, Iranians were not ready for Kharg Island. So what they were prepared for was mostly Abu Musa Islands, and that will put American effective control over the Strait of Hormuz, or at least diminish the leverage of Iranians. But then the USA, I think, has done, by attacking the military facilities in Kharg Island, they went beyond what Iranians were prepared, because Kharg Island is right up to the north of the Gulf and close to Kuwait and also Khuzestan or Ahwaz, where the majority of Iranian oil and gas is being extracted. And that is quite a huge concern for Iranians because, according to some of sources also, they say, well, actually Trump will not perhaps stop with the islands, but he even could go further and trying to attempt to put the troops on the grounds in Iran's mainland, in and around Ahwaz.
Right, just to be clear, Professor, deploying, in the sort of scenario which Rasul is talking about, deploying ground troops on mainland Iran, I mean, you'd be talking about a huge number of US troops would be needed if you wanted to subdue a nation as big as Iran. That's a huge military undertaking with a huge logistical and assumedly a big lead-up time, more than what we saw in the war, the US invasion of Iraq, right?
Absolutely. And I still think that that's probably unlikely. All the talk has been about a possible limited operation, maybe in the island, limited to about 2,500 special forces. But to your point, Iran is significantly larger than Iraq, both in terms of its geographic area, but also in terms of the fighting force. Iran has, if you count the Artesh and the IRGC, we're talking several 100,000 fighters, possibly 600,000 or 700,000. And then if you add in the militias, these paramilitary group, the besieged forces, you're talking possibly another million, and some estimates suggest even higher numbers than that. So I don't think the U.S. is prepared for something like that. This is a midterm election year. The United States citizenry does not have an appetite for a major war, a prolonged conflict.
That's on the US side. It doesn't want. But the thing we're not talking about is what about the Israeli calculations and their next steps of escalation, Rasul? And how worrying is it that we hear the US president even having to say, don't worry, I don't think Israel would use the nuclear option?
I think for Israelis, so they're more reckless. At the end of the day, if there is going to be a chaos in the region, it's going to be the United States and the regional countries that need to tie it up. So need to take care of that. So Americans were up to a regime transformation or could be a regime change, but they are quite concerned about a state collapse. What I can see that, particularly through the lenses of the Israelis or the way that they're conducting the military operations, the places that they are hitting, the institutions that they are hitting, the facilities that they are attacking, and also the systemic decapitation campaign, which is still ongoing, by the way, on daily basis. It seems to me that for Israelis, the ultimate goal is the state collapse, which could have devastating consequences for the region.
Afternoon,
all right, we've got to thank our guests. Thanks so much. Rasul Sardar, Senior Correspondent, Professor Mohammed Al-Masri, thank you so much from the Doha Institute for Graduate Studies.
This is our first show of the year.
Nida Ibrahim is live for us in Ramallah, in the occupied West Bank. Let's go to that news line, Nida, which I just mentioned. What are you hearing from, are we hearing anything from Israeli officials about what the Israeli media is saying, that they've targeted military security chief Ali Larijani in Iran?
Well, nothing official, Sami, from the Israeli military or political leaders in Israel about this, but a lot of Israeli media, reporters who usually report on military affairs, have been talking about Larijani, the Iranian chief of security, being a target in the attacks that were carried out in Tehran overnight. One paper, Ma'arif, says it was an assassination attempt. Usually, the Israelis do not declare officially a result of an assassination attempt before they have confirmation, but we've heard from the Israeli military chief of staff, Eyal Zamir, talking about other assassination attempts that targeted Islamic Jihad leaders who the Israelis accuse of being responsible for attacks inside Gaza and the occupied West Bank, saying that they are still trying to verify reports whether these leaders have been assassinated or not. The Israeli media has been confirming certain names like Akram al-Ajuri and another leader in Islamic Jihad. But when we talk about Larijani, the Israeli media talks about it as confirming that he indeed was one of the targets, but no confirmation or official commentary whatsoever on the results of this operation.
We've also been seeing Hezbollah rockets keeping up the pressure on northern Israel on Tuesday. Take us through that, Nida.
Well, according to Israeli estimates, Hezbollah fires around 100 rockets into Israel every day since they joined the battle on March the 2nd, while later in the evening on Monday, 6 people have been injured as a result of a direct impact from a Hezbollah rocket in the city of Nahariya. We are talking about Hezbollah's abilities that has surprised the Israelis. According to their estimates, they say they've been undermining the abilities of Hezbollah. Now they believe that the party has thousands of rockets that are mid-range and hundreds of long-range missiles that could target the whole of the geography in Israel. This is why the Israeli chief of staff and the Israeli defense minister have been saying that they are pushing into having more troops in southern Lebanon to try and diminish the pressure and the attacks from Hezbollah. However, there are these military experts who are questioning the viability and the validity and the benefit of this operation, saying that only a political solution with the Lebanese government, with empowering the Lebanese army, would yield such results. So there's a lot of back and forth about the validity and about the benefit of this ground operation, if you may, in Israeli media.
Okay, thanks so much to Nida Ibrahim there in Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. Israeli forces are bombing Beirut's southern suburbs. The area is home to roughly 500,000 people and has endured Israeli airstrikes for more than 2 weeks now. Israel has also issued a forced displacement order for families living there. Zaina Khudr has the latest from Marj Uyun in southern Lebanon.
South Lebanon, very much an active combat zone, especially the territory, the strip of territory along the border a few kilometers deep. The Israeli airplanes constantly in the skies, they've been carrying out airstrikes. We've been hearing a lot of artillery fire. The Israeli military trying to push Hezbollah away from this area. They are saying that they are targeting Hezbollah strongholds. There is active combat in some areas. Hezbollah too firing back. We've heard rocket launches. They continue to fire rockets across the border. Yesterday hitting the city of Nahariya in northern Israel, a direct impact that caused a number of injuries. So this battle is only at its start, really, with the Israeli military advancing on more than one sector along this border. But the advances have so far been limited. It's not clear whether this is because they are still not, planning to push with a large force. But Hezbollah is fighting back. Overnight, they say they managed to target an Israeli Merkava tank in Taibe. Taibe also in this sector of southern Lebanon. So it's still not clear whether the Israeli military has been able to set up stable positions.
In other news, Afghanistan says a Pakistani airstrike in Kabul has killed at least 400 people and injured hundreds more. It's the latest escalation in a growing conflict between the countries after a fragile ceasefire broke down in February. Wilson Dysart now.
Anti-aircraft fire over the skies of Afghanistan's capital, Kabul. On the ground, scenes of bloodshed and horror, bodies burnt to ash. Afghan officials say that a Pakistani airstrike killed hundreds of civilians at a drug treatment center.
They were innocent civilians and admitted patients. There is no military base and there is no military-related departments or anything else. Fortunately, our rescue team reached to the area and we are searching for the injured admitted patients, also to the victims that they lost their lives.
Pakistan says it targeted a military facility in Kabul, as well as another one in the eastern Afghan province of Nangarhar. The strike marks a deadly escalation of a conflict between the two neighbors that has intensified in recent months, leaving hundreds dead. Pakistan has hit Kabul before, but without a death toll of this scale. The strike follows exchanges of shelling across their shared border that officials on both sides say killed several civilians. Pakistan accuses Afghanistan's Taliban-led government of supporting armed groups carrying out attacks on Pakistani territory. Hours before the strike, a United Nations Security Council resolution extended the UN's political mission in Afghanistan until June and urged the Afghan government to take active, immediate, and demonstrable measures to curb attacks. Meanwhile, the World Food Programme says it's rushing relief to 20,000 people in Afghanistan displaced by violence. But with the world's diplomats consumed by a spiral of crises, a resolution to the Afghanistan-Pakistan conflict seems far away. Wilson Dysart, Al Jazeera.
Cubans have been protesting against the widespread blackout that's left 10 million people without power. The country's grid operator says the system has collapsed. Cuba is facing an energy crisis after the Trump administration imposed an oil blockade. The US president said he would be, quote, honored to take over the country. We're taking a short break now, but stay with us. The news continues after Talk to Al Jazeera.
Always trust.
Wars are often reduced to strategy. Front lines, targets, deterrence. But for civilians trying to survive the bombs, war is something else entirely. It's the sound of families forced from their homes in the dark, the sight of cities emptying under relentless bombardment, and the reality of aid workers scrambling to reach people before the systems that sustain life begin to collapse. With the escalating war between the US, Israel and Iran, and violence spreading across the Middle East, aid agencies are raising the alarm. Jan Egeland is the Secretary General of the Norwegian Refugee Council, one of the largest Western humanitarian organizations still operating in Iran. What his teams are witnessing there points to a crisis expanding far beyond the battlefield. And Egeland says US and Israel are violating international law by failing to observe proportionality and distinction between civilians and military targets. At a moment when the region is once again consumed by conflict, the question is not who wins the war, but how people survive it. Jan Egeland, Secretary General of the Norwegian Refugee Council, talks to Al Jazeera. So Jan Egeland, Secretary General of the Norwegian Refugee Council, thank you so much for talking to Al Jazeera. First of all, thank you. We're witnessing this war raging in the region, a war started by the US and Israel. What has it done to population stability across the Middle East?
It's been devastating, and it's not enough known to the world that millions are fleeing from the intense bombardment in Iran, in Lebanon, but also elsewhere. It's a regional war. It's often portrayed as some kind of a geopolitical, military, strategic chess game. But it shouldn't be. It's realities for families who are desperate, traumatized, and who are fleeing for their lives.
You mentioned that millions are fleeing. You're one of the few organizations, the few international humanitarian organizations that operate in Iran. So you might see things that not everyone else sees. How many people have been internally displaced, first of all, inside Iran by the US and Israeli attacks?
Well, no one has the exact figure. I've heard 3 million.
2 minutes.
It could be more. Iran is a huge place, 90 million plus inhabitants. Tehran, which is under intense bombardment day and night, has 10 million inhabitants. It's a huge place. Millions seems to have now left Tehran, but also many other
on my car and
cities. We have 110
this is
aid workers on the ground, where we are, as you say, one of a handful group. We're the biggest Western aid group in Iran. 110 aid workers also flee, many of them with their families, but we have 8 relief centers in as many provinces, and we see how the needs are growing.
I don't mean to belittle your efforts, of course, 110 aid workers, and you just mentioned that we could be talking about over 3 million people displaced. Is that a number that 110 aid workers can help with? Is there a feeling that you're overwhelmed?
Of course, we're overwhelmed, we're overstretched, and we're underfunded. The main aid work is done by the national organization, by the local organizations.
But shipping has been disrupted, flights have been disrupted. Are local organizations or international organizations like yours even able to bring supplies in that are desperately needed?
At the time, we're not. But of course, we have stocks in the country. We can purchase within Iran. But
how long will those stocks last, though?
To...
Sorry to interrupt, but how long are those stocks going to last?
It could be weeks, but we would have to go also to the local markets, the regional markets. Iran is a middle-income country. It has supplies. It's not Somalia. However, the longer this goes, the more disruption there will be to everything also internally. You cannot have thousands of air raids on heavily populated urban areas without a cascading effects where public services fail, where supply lines fail, where shopkeepers are killed, where shops close, where the markets fail, and thereby our aid work is becoming infinitely more difficult.
So what happens after a few weeks when those stocks finish?
That the suffering explodes, really. At the moment, people are fleeing, many in their own cars, out of the main cities, first and foremost Tehran, but also many other places. They go to smaller places because they believe it will be safe there. They are then shocked to see that the smaller places are also bombed. And it's not just military and the nuclear targets this time. It's everything that has to do with the governmental services, with the regime, if you like.
We're talking about millions, 3 million plus people having been displaced in Iran. When you add to that some of the numbers from sources, credible sources about displacement in the region, like the Global Report on Internal Displacement, talks about 11 million in Sudan, over 7 million in Syria, almost 5 million in Yemen, over 3 million in Palestine, 1 million in Iraq, 1 million in Lebanon, or around 1 million in Lebanon. What is the bigger picture? Are we heading towards a region of displaced populations?
We do, and it's and the entire Middle East affected, but is also beyond. You didn't mention Afghanistan. Afghanistan is next door to Iran. Afghanistan, governed now by the Taliban, is in its own war with Pakistan. The border crossings where we work between Iran and Afghanistan have been bombed. It's hard for people now to flee from Afghanistan to Iran and from Iran to Afghanistan, and there are people going in both directions. It's traumatizing for entire nations and populations.
And coming back to Iran, though, international human rights organizations cite reports of Israeli and US attacks on medical centers, some 10 medical centers, a school which killed, as you know, 165 schoolgirls and staff members, according to local Iranian reports. Amnesty International talks about how US and Israeli strikes are putting prisoners, including children, at risk. There have been reports of strikes on sports centers, 18 boys and girls being killed while playing volleyball. Are you concerned that the US and Israel are violating international humanitarian law?
Yeah, because it is not proportional. I mean, there are three rules for warfare. Your warfare has to be proportional. This seems to be disproportional. There has to be distinction between civilian and military targets. But when you have so many thousands of air raids, of course, there will be cascading effects for the civilians. And you have to show precaution. That's the third principle. And there's not enough precaution when a girls' school is bombed because it belonged to an area that once was owned by the Revolutionary Guards. So all of this to say, we need a ceasefire. We cannot continue like this. And it's not just in Iran, it's also in Lebanon. But as you will know, there is also indiscriminate missiles going the other way from Iran, from Hezbollah, into the Gulf countries, into Israel, that is completely indiscriminate. It could go anywhere, really. It has to end. We need a ceasefire.
Yeah. Of course, we've heard the US president deny that the US was responsible for the attack on the girls' school, although US media investigative reports have pointed or indicated otherwise. You mentioned the Iranian attacks on Gulf countries, which have hit civilian infrastructure, airports, civilian installations. Are you worried about the effects of these attacks on the stability of civilian life and the violation of international humanitarian law there too?
Absolutely. I mean, that is completely indiscriminate. I mean, on the other way, it's disproportionate. There is not enough precaution. It's too excessive. It seems that what goes the other way is completely indiscriminate. And it could on both sides massively hit water supply, electricity, and have this breakdown of services in urban areas.
What would that mean? Could that lead to massive population upheaval in the Gulf?
Well, it would mean that people would not have safe drinking water. It would not have. It would mean that people would be suffering. It would mean that the healthcare would suffer. It could be epidemic disease. I mean, that's of course the worst scenarios. We're close to that, I think, now in Iran and in Lebanon, because of the ferocity of the bombardment. But the missiles going the other way could hit things that are illegal under international law. You cannot and should not and must not hit civilian infrastructure that is needed for the survival of the civilian population.
And as you mentioned, we've seen Iranian missiles and drones also take civilian casualties, cause civilian deaths and injuries in Israel. When you look at the bigger picture of this, people are wondering, is the international order, is international law dead at this point?
No, it's not dead. I've been I'm old enough to remember the War of the Balkans, where the same argument was made. It's the end of humanitarian law as we know of it, of international law. Now it's the law of the jungle. But of course, we're now in a deep crisis for geopolitical cooperation, for conflict resolution, for conflict prevention. It seems that men with power and guns believe they can solve problems the military way. And it's nearly
But is
never,
it different,
ever.
Jan, with all due respect, is it different this time than the Balkans when you have the leader of a nuclear-armed superpower threatening on Truth Social, quote, military consequences to Iran at a level never seen before, and threatening to, quote, make it virtually impossible for Iran to ever be built back as a nation. Death, fire, fury. I mean, doesn't that make you worry that we're at a new level?
We haven't seen that level of language before. No, true. I mean, of course, the bombing of Iraq during Saddam Hussein was also called something with fury, and shock and awe, and so on. That was the whole point of it. Overwhelming military force is one thing that one has been discussing again and again. My point is, what did they achieve in Iraq after having spent hundreds of billions of dollars, or in Afghanistan after having spent hundreds of billions of dollars, and the Taliban is back? And I think that's a key point here also. How come it's easier to spend a couple of $1 billion per day in this current conflict? Because that's what they're spending, the West and Iran and the Gulf countries. But we cannot give them millions to save lives among civilians, women and children. We're completely underfunded in our life-saving work in these countries.
Can any humanitarian, any coalition, even alliance of humanitarian organizations, deal with a scenario in which nations are bombed until they can never be built back? Is that something within, I mean, do you plan for stuff like that when you read these kinds of comments?
Well, no, we do as much. We're humanitarians. I have meetings day and night now with my colleagues within the region on how can we search, how can we bring in new teams, how are we able to do supplies from outside? Can we use cash transfers? Iran is under sanctions. The Western sanctions against Iran makes it more difficult for us to help the victims of this conflict, those who could even be sympathizing with the aims of the West. It's a lot of cascading effects here, but we're waking up every morning to try to do our utmost, and we try to tell the decision makers we need a ceasefire and we need a surge in saving lives. Maybe we could stop spending billions and billions on something which has never really worked, which is to bomb regime change, to bomb solutions to intricate problems. The language on all sides here is very disruptive. Who's talking about rebuilding, protecting humanity, make humanity great again? That would be my message.
Focusing then on the humanitarian effort on the ground, and you mentioned Lebanon. Our correspondent has been reporting on how even after people have moved from areas like the southern suburbs of Beirut after the issuance of Israeli forced evacuation orders, and they go to other civilian areas, we've seen attacks follow them. Are you worried that this pattern of Israeli attacks is preventing displaced people from finding refuge anywhere?
Yeah, I've seen that myself in Lebanon, that, Shia women, children, grandmothers fleeing from southern Lebanon to elsewhere are met with a lot of suspicion by the local population there, because they know Israel is really bombing anything anything that could be associated with Hezbollah, which makes it impossible for these people to really find refuge.
What happens to them? And can you help them? What is it that you can do? So this is something you've seen yourself.
In Lebanon, we have a bigger machine than we have in Iran. Several hundred aid workers were supporting dozens and dozens of collective centers, and also receiving Lebanese who flee into Syria. Because it's a sign that it's really bad in Lebanon that people flee into war-ravaged and not rebuilt Syria. But that's where many end up. We are, however, again, overstretched, underfunded. There is too little attention to saving lives and too much attention on military escalation that will make everything worse.
You know, I was reading about an incident and I thought about how it impacts the work of organizations like yours. On March the 6th, reports talk about on March the 6th, Israeli forces disguising themselves in ambulances while they launched a raid into Nebichit in Lebanon. Does that undermine the sense of safety that humanitarian workers from organizations... As long as I'm breathing, I've got a reason to pray.
And it's a war crime to be misusing ambulances. There has been claims on both sides that the other side are camouflaging themselves with as aid workers or health workers or ambulance workers with the Red Cross symbol, which is a protective emblem for aid. That it's a war crime. What part of our problem is, of course, that there is impunity now for too many of the crimes committed by all sides. And what happens is that you end up in some kind of a mud wrestling game where it's seen as you can do whatever it takes to win because the other side is so terrible. Well, if you become like them, who's the good and who's the bad guy in these fights? I see only bad guys now fighting each other in too many of these scenarios.
Are you concerned, Mr. Eglund, that we're seeing a pattern of Israeli attacks that attempt to create a buffer zone through permanent forced displacement in southern Lebanon?
Well, in southern Lebanon, we've seen incursion after incursion after incursion. I remember being a young UN soldier in southern Lebanon in 1978. That was among these Israeli incursions. Again, it hasn't solved any of the issues. And of course, Israel is hit by missiles from Hezbollah side. What all of this screams at is a diplomatic, negotiated settlement where the international sponsors of the parties help bring about agreements. It's not going to be these military campaigns that saw more hatred, more generations who feel that they have to seek revenge. I think that's part of the problem across the Middle East.
We must talk about Gaza as well. We're 5 months into a shaky ceasefire in Gaza. Much of the population, though, still displaced. Why? What is stopping perhaps organizations like yours from trying to help people back into a more settled lifestyle in their communities again?
I think Gaza, where I've been many times over the years, is an example of a job only half done, not even half done. Yes, the big war is over, but there is no solution to the underlying problems there, and new problems have come. My organization, the Norwegian Refugee Council, and 40 other fine international groups American, European, and others, are being banned by Israel from doing work in and from Israel, which makes it impossible for us to enter Gaza and to have people going in and out and supplies going in and out.
I wonder what you think, where you think this is going. In a report of February the 19th, the UN raised concerns over, quote, ethnic cleansing in Gaza and the West Bank because of what it said was, I apologize for that noise, that is actually a warning that we get here when there is incoming missiles or drones suspected. And just to clarify for our viewers, of course, this is happening as we record this show, Wednesday, March the 11th. We'll try and continue, though, with our interview. So as I was saying, the UN, in a report of February the 19th, raised concern about ethnic cleansing in Gaza and the West Bank. Are you worried? Are you seeing a pattern of ethnic cleansing?
Yeah, I mean, we don't necessarily call it that, but what I see...
What do you call it then?
Well, I see de facto annexation by the occupying power Israel of increasing parts of the occupied West Bank. And of course, they are now keeping under military control part of the little Gaza crammed place for Palestine is under Israeli military rule, and they're still completely destroying every infrastructure possibility for the Palestinians there. So it's just horrific what's happening, and the Gulf countries that can speak to Israel and have the ear of Netanyahu, and the US and Germany and others need to do more to say if it's wrong for Russia to occupy Ukraine, that we all agree on, how come it's tolerated that Israel use occupation as some way of stealing land for their settlers, the thugs that are organized and beat up Palestinian women and children every day? The hypocrisy is astounding.
Where did the population go? Whether we call it de facto annexation or ethnic cleansing, we've had one US plan at one point talk about the removal of Palestinians from Gaza. Where does the population ultimately go, especially in places as well, we mustn't forget, like the West Bank, which international human rights organizations have cited Israeli attacks, settler attacks, as depopulating Palestinian centers and neighborhoods?
People are crammed together in smaller and smaller and more crowded ghettos, towns, urban areas, and the land is taken over by settlers or military Israeli organizations. The Bedouins, who have been 50 years outside of Jericho, are now forced to leave their livestock, which is often stolen. I've seen it with my own eyes, by criminal settler gangs, and they end up as miserable recipients of our aid in some town somewhere, and they have to live their life that they've had for hundreds of generations as Bedouins across these areas.
Got to ask you a final question about maybe the largest displacement situation in the region, which of course is Sudan. Okay, I just got to mention, if you're hearing those sounds of explosions, we assume that is attempts to intercept anything incoming. So apologies for the noise there. But yeah, the situation in Sudan. Over 11 million people displaced. Is anyone able to deal with that? Is there hope for that situation?
I was recently in South Kordofan in Sudan. It's now the worst conflict area and possibly the worst famine situation in what is the worst humanitarian crisis in the world, Sudan. We're scaling up. we have only a few weeks before the rainy season when roads become impossible. Impossible. I mean, we cannot go there. So we're working with 40 local groups to scale up.
Can you scale up in time before the famine spreads?
Where we will go from 100,000 to 500,000 people that we will try to help.
Jan, how many lives are at stake? Just to put it in perspective for people, how many lives are at stake right now in Sudan?
In Sudan, it's 20 million people who urgently need assistance, and we're perhaps reaching half of them. So I must say, we as humanitarian workers feel increasingly alone with the civilian population in the midst of these crossfires, because we're really so overwhelmed and we feel there is not enough resources, nor attention, nor support for our work.
It's been a pleasure talking to you. Jan Egeland, the Secretary General of the Norwegian Refugee Council. Thank you for talking to Al Jazeera.
Thank you. My pleasure.
As the war on Iran escalates, Al Jazeera's correspondents are on the ground.
This is the first time that President Trump has spoken publicly live.
We projected 4 to 5 weeks.
All the while insisting that the United States has plenty of weapons left.
We have only just begun.
Still, he's not ruling out sending U.S. troops into Iran.
We expect to take additional losses.
Today we grieve for the 4 heroic American service members who have been killed in action.
That is a price Americans say they do not want repeated.
Stay with Al Jazeera for the latest developments.
That would precipitate an attack against American forces.
To prevent Iran from getting nukes.
There is no coherent strategy, and you can see that's reflected in the media coverage.
Many American media see it like a video game. From the graphics on the screen to who they speak to, war for them is big business.
We saw this exact same pattern happen in Gaza. The same lazy, flattened reporting that we saw in Gaza when it comes to the war on Iran.
The Listening Post decodes the media on Al Jazeera.
Al Jazeera, wherever you are.
Hello everybody, I'm Rishad Salamat. You're watching Al Jazeera's extensive coverage of the war between the United States, Israel and Iran. The Israeli army says the commander of Iran's Revolutionary Guards, Basij chief Gholam Reza Soleimani, has been killed. No let-up in US and Israeli strikes on Iran. Major cities including the capital, Tehran, as well as Shiraz, are hit. The US embassy in Iraq is targeted again. A wave of drone and rocket attacks take aim at Baghdad's heavily fortified green zone. Israel's attacks on Lebanon in overnight strikes, hours after European leaders call for de-escalation of fighting. And in other news, at least 400 people are killed in an airstrike in Afghanistan's capital. The government blames Pakistan. And we have some breaking news. The Israeli army claims that Gholam Reza Soleimani, the commander of Iran's Revolutionary Guards Basij unit, has been killed in an airstrike. Iran has yet to confirm that news. It does come as we cover developments from Tehran, Doha, Baghdad, as well as Ramallah. Nida Ibrahim is live in Ramallah in the occupied West Bank, and neither Israeli media reporting that Israel's military has targeted Iran's Basij chief, or should I say military security chief, Ali Larijani. What more are you hearing about that, first of all, as well as these reports coming in about Gholam Reza Soleimani?
Well, aside from the confirmation from the Israeli military saying that they indeed conducted a precise strike that ended up killing al-Basij commander Ghulam Reza Soleimani late on Monday, there are other speculations and sources confirming to different media, different Israeli media, that the army has indeed put a target and targeted overnight Iran's top security chief, Ali Larijani. Now, according to these Israeli media, mostly the right-wing side of them, they are saying that there are more estimates in Israeli army's groups and analysts saying that he indeed was at least injured, if not killed. Of course, this is something that Iran has denied by saying that they will be pushing a message by Larijani soon. But this seems to be the scene from Israel, in addition to boasting about the killing of al-Basij leader Soleimani, saying that he was involved in what they called centralized oppression of protests in Iran, saying that this precise strike has been guided by military and intelligence information that they gained from inside Tehran. This is the latest we got from Israeli media, boasting about the success of the operation of Soleimani, while saying that they have more estimates that Larijani has been at least wounded, if not killed. Now, the attack that was conducted on Soleimani, according to the Israeli Channel 14, included the killing of other senior leaders in the IRGC's Basij forces, saying that also Soleimani's deputy has been one of those who have been killed as part of this strike.
Nida Ibrahim there, joining us from Ramallah. Let's get back here into Doha, and in the studio I'm joined by Al Jazeera's Rasul Sardar, who's reported extensively from Iran. Rasul, what would the death of Ghulam Reza Soleimani mean?
Look, Basij is almost as important as the IRGC, the Revolutionary Guard. So while the Revolutionary Guard is a conventional army, and it's a product of the revolution, by the way. So after the revolution it has been created, particularly took a shape during Iran-Iraq war, and Basij in parallel here. But the IRGC is focused on the war with the states, against the state, for the conventional one. And then when it comes to domestic, within Iran, Basij becomes the prominent figure. So regarding their numbers, it's unclear. There are no clear sources that will give you an exact number because it's a paramilitary group. So based from 300,000 to 10 million. So these are the estimations.
That's quite something.
Because majority of them are the volunteers, those who are loyal to the regime, loyal to the Islamic Revolution, and then they're in that ranks. And particularly during the extraordinary times, you will see Basij popping up.
Rasul, the thing is, a lot of the military in Iran has been working in silos, as it were. Does Basij operate like that too?
Indeed. So, as I said, particularly during the extraordinary times, you will see that Basij being more and more visible. Just last year, during the 12-day war, for example, when you go to the cities or on the roads within Iran, you will see Basij more than the Revolutionary Guards. And so, but now that Ghulam Reza Soleimani is assassinated, he has been transforming Basij into another level. He restructured the whole Basij based on the new threat perception. And so Basij is an indoctrinated, ideological paramilitary group. So it's not just a professional security forces that you can say, well, it's not police forces. This group is particularly designed in case of an existential threat to the Islamic Revolution itself. They are in charge of securing the public order.
So, Rasul, are they the ones who were perhaps very, very much part and parcel of the crackdown that we saw in January?
Indeed. Particularly, we have seen first time that they were extremely visible was in 2009 Green Movement protest. So they were the guys that oppressed and stopped that protest. And since then on, the Iranian establishment have realized that in case of an internal strife, in case of the public disobedience or the insurgency, so Basij could be extremely instrumental. That's why they have been further and further enhanced. So, but why particularly now it's important? Look, there has been several reports that Israelis and Americans will be keen to encourage the internal or the ethnic insurgency. And just indeed, yesterday we have seen that in Balochistan, where Baluchs live, several of police officers have been killed by some Baluch armed groups. And then in Khuzestan, where Arabs live, the Iranian security forces have arrested a group of people accused of planning an armed attack. And then on a daily basis, IRGC is conducting operations in western part of the country against the Kurdish armed groups. So while there are growing concerns in Iran about this ethnic insurgency, about really the public order, about the protest, now killing of the commander of the Basij is going to further deteriorate that concerns or increase that concern and further deteriorate the concerns about the public order within Iran.
Now, there are other reports in the Israeli media which have not been confirmed. The death of Soleimani has been confirmed by Israeli officials, but in this case, there's no confirmation, but it's about the security chief, Ali Larijani, in a strike as well overnight. Now, he's also hugely important. And what would his death, though it's not been reported, mean?
If confirmed, that will be the highest assassination after the killing of Iran's supreme leader, Ali Khamenei. So there is no doubt about it. I mean, if you compare, of course, like Ghulam Reza Soleimani is an extremely important figure, but it's no match for Ali Larijani. Ali Larijani is a symbol of the revolution, and moreover, so he has been more than 12 years the spokesperson of the parliament. He's an ex-IRGC officer, and now recently that he has been elevated as the secretary of the Supreme National Security Council. So he was simply coordinating the communication between all the security apparatuses, but not only that, he was also responsible coordinating the communication between the IRGC and the political leadership as well. But more importantly, he was a balancing figure. He has some reservations in terms of elevation of Mujtaba Khamenei as being the supreme leader, and there has been attempts to convince him. So now, if he's taken out of the picture, if his killing is confirmed, what will happen? That will further consolidate.
Isn't his power base also perhaps multiplied by the fact he has two brothers who are working behind the scenes
Indeed, Larijani family is a very, very famous family in Iran. So Sadiq Larijani for quite long years has been the head of the judiciary, which is one of the main branches of the state. And then his other brother was head of the central government of Iran, while he himself was the parliament spokesperson. But here, Rashad, we should see that Ali Larijani, if confirmed, killed, what that will mean for the power structure in Iran. As I said, Ali Larijani was one of the few senior officials in Iran that had concerns about Mujtaba Khamenei being the supreme leader. If he is taken out of the picture, that will automatically consolidate Mujtaba Khamenei's power, and that is going to further enhance the control of the IRGC over the politics in Iran.
Rasul, stick around. We'll hear from you during the course, of the show. Okay, well, let's get you to Tehran itself and get over to Tawhid Sadi. He's there. Tawhid, I'm sure that you've got nothing new on what has happened, really, perhaps, with regards to these two very high figures in the Iranian government. But tell us a little bit more about what's going on there, seeing images of rescue workers pulling people out of rubble. What's really been the effect of the latest U.S. and Israeli strikes?
Well, I can say that for the past few hours, we have been hearing sounds of massive explosion from different parts of the city, indicating the continuation of the airstrikes starting from midnight. And this is day 18 of these strikes. We heard the massive sounds of explosion, as well as the shock waves tangible in many parts of the capital, but we know that this is not just limited to the Iranian capital, but across the country in different cities such as Kermanshah, Ahvaz, Isfahan, Shiraz. We are hearing and we have been receiving reports about the continuation of these airstrikes. That is on the one hand. Then on the other hand, we receive reports about the attacks on important buildings across the capital, and two important figures, as Rasul was explaining, the head of Basij and the commander of Basij, as well as the top security figure of the country, the National Security Council Secretary Ali Larijani. There are speculations that they have been targeted. For the first one, for the head of besieged. We don't have any confirmation about that, as you mentioned, but for the second figure, Ali Larijani, the Iranian state media as well as his own Telegram channel came out a few minutes ago to say that Ali Larijani's recent actually video message or statement will be published very soon, and we are expecting, and that is going to be a sort of indicative whether or not the reports about his death are true or not. And this is just one part of the bigger picture in which we know that the political establishment, including the military spheres, including the political leaders, are all convinced about the continuation of the retaliatory strikes from the Iranian side, as long as the airstrikes by Americans and Israelis go on, and as long as what the Speaker of the Parliament, Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf, came out to say today, it is needed to make sure that the security of the country is maintained. And of course, added to that, and yet another layer of complexity is the geostrategic heated discussions out there about the closure of Strait of Hormuz, something that Iran says it's using as a leverage in this already delicate situation. They are saying that it's open, but again, close to ships, vessels, oil tankers belonging to the adversaries of the country, as well as their allies. We are dealing with a very tough situation, far from any point of de-escalation at this time being. And if the reports about the killing of these two important figures come to be true, that's going to add another layer of complexity. Iranians are now talking, the supreme leader of the country in his very first statement talked about retaliation, talked about revenge, and now if another layer is added, we can add more repercussions, more stronger answers. Right now, the rhetoric in Iran, at least when it comes to the political establishment, is that of defiance, is that of deterrence, resilience, and retaliation. So how far it's going to go? Again, this is another very important question. Tehran says that it is us, it is Iran that is going to determine when the war is going to be finished and how long it takes. All in all, no signs of de-escalation, as the Iranian foreign minister recently said that negotiation at this point is not on the agenda. We are not going to accept any offer for ceasefire, and we are going to continue the trajectory of war as long as it is needed.
Thank you, Tawhid Asadi there, joining us from Tehran. Well, let's get to Victoria Gatenby now, who's in Doha. And Victoria, Iran has been firing, I'm guessing, drones as well as missiles into the Gulf, including, and I can hold testament to this, I heard the explosions just a few hours ago right here in Doha.
Yeah, I think most people in Doha did hear them. There were missiles intercepted at around 7 a.m. local time. They were successfully intercepted according to the Ministry of Defense, but debris from those interceptions did land in what's known as the industrial area here in Doha, and that caused a fire which the authorities are now dealing with. No injuries reported there. But in Kuwait, the Ministry of Health has just announced in the last couple of minutes that 2 members of its medical emergency team have been injured after debris from a missile or drone that was intercepted landed on an ambulance centre. And that's what we're seeing increasingly as this war continues, goes into its second week. We're seeing civilians that are nothing to do with US military bases or US assets in this region being caught up in this. So in Abu Dhabi, there was a missile attack that was intercepted and some debris landed in Abu Dhabi, and a Pakistani man was killed yesterday. On Monday, a Palestinian man was killed after the communications office in Abu Dhabi said that a rocket had landed in a residential area. So we are seeing this uptick in people, ordinary people, that are being injured and in some cases killed by these Iranian rockets and missiles being fired into the GCC countries.
What about the UAE? I believe the Fujairah port has been under attack once more, and I think they had to close their airspace.
Yeah, that's right. So in the early hours of this morning, the UAE completely closed all its airspace for several hours. That was because of warnings that there were missile attacks coming in from Iran. The airspace is now open, but the knock-on effect of that, the disruption that is caused, flights cancelled or having to be rescheduled, is massive, just when people are sort of trying to reschedule their trips. And of course, yes, there's been an update from Jazeera Port that they have stopped loading oil onto tankers at the moment. Not clear why that's happened. There was an attack yesterday, some debris fell and caused problems there yesterday, and those seem to be continuing at that port today. And that is a crucial port for the UAE to be able to get its oil from its inland oil fields through a pipeline and out through the Gulf of Oman. It sits outside the Strait of Hormuz, so it's a way of those oil supplies continuing. But of course, the disruption at that port, it's been targeted several times now.
Victoria, thanks. Victoria Gatenby right here in Doha for us now. Instability caused by the US and Israeli attacks on Iran have spilled into neighbouring Iraq. Air defences have intercepted drones over the capital, Baghdad. Security sources tell Al Jazeera an attack struck near the US embassy compound. It's located in the city's heavily fortified green zone and was targeted several times on Monday. One drone hit a hotel in Baghdad, causing a fire on its rooftop. Security forces cordoned off the area and closed roads. The Iraqi Interior Ministry says there were no casualties. Mahmoud Abdul Wahid is in Baghdad. Now, that was the Al Rashid Hotel. So that begs the question, what was the target there?
Well, the Al Rashid Hotel is a luxury hotel called also Royal Tulip, is among several other facilities that have been coming under explosive-laden drone attacks. The Al Rashid Hotel is home to foreign diplomatic missions, like the EU, the European Union mission, a Saudi diplomatic mission, and other foreign employees at oil companies. It's within the vicinity of the heavily fortified green zone, not far from the US Embassy, which also came under attack by explosive-laden drones multiple times, but most of them were intercepted, according to security sources. Some of these explosive-laden drones fell in the area, in the vicinity, causing fire and only material damage. Also, not far from the U.S. Embassy, in the Baghdad International Airport, there is another diplomatic center that belongs to the U.S. Embassy, also came under attack several times by both rockets and the explosive-laden drones. The attacks caused material damage in the vicinity of the Baghdad International Airport, and also fire broke out. On the other hand, you have counterattacks happening over the past 24 hours, targeting locations of the pro-Iran armed groups. Also, the popular mobilization units, causing several deaths and injuries. The latest was in Jazeera, here in Jazeera neighborhood in Baghdad. An airstrike last night killed 6 military commanders belonging to the popular mobilization units.
Mahmoud, we've got also the popular mobilization forces, which are allied with Iran. Some of their positions apparently hit north of Baghdad. What more can you tell us about that?
We have been getting reports about this airstrike. There is no confirmation as of yet about whether or not there are casualties, but a location north of Baghdad belonging to the popular mobilization units was hit by an airstrike. As you know that since the beginning of the military campaign by Israel and the United States on Iran, Iran-aligned armed groups here in Iraq, including those belonging to the popular mobilization units, have been carrying out dozens and dozens of attacks targeting U.S. facilities, military bases, the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad, the U.S. Consulate in Erbil, and also targeting locations of the Kurdish Iranian opposition groups in northern Iraq. So the battlefield in Iraq has been witnessing several parties. You have Iraqis, popular mobilization units attacking U.S. facilities, Iraqis, popular mobilization units attacking facilities that has other Iraqi forces with the U.S. forces. The IRGC, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, attacking U.S. facilities in northern Iraq, including the U.S. consulate, and also attacking locations of the Iranian Kurdish opposition groups. On the other hand, you have the U.S. and Israeli fighter jets attacking locations of the popular mobilization units with airstrikes. So you have multiple parties here, probably more than the parties involved in the conflict in Iran itself.
Mahmoud, thank you very much indeed. Mahmoud Abdul-Wahid there in Baghdad. Now, Israeli forces continue to bomb Beirut's southern suburbs. The area is home to roughly 500,000 people, and they've been enduring Israeli airstrikes for more than 2 weeks now. Israel has also issued a forced displacement order for families living there. Now, these attacks do come after Israel announced Monday that it was moving troops into southern Lebanon. The army says it's targeting Hezbollah sites there, but international observers warn a significant Israeli ground offensive would have devastating humanitarian consequences. Strikes across Lebanon have already killed nearly 900 people and displaced more than 1 million. Zaina Khoda has the latest from Marjayoun in the southern part of the country.
South Lebanon, very much an active combat zone, especially the territory, the strip of territory along the border a few kilometers deep. The Israeli airplanes constantly in the skies, they've been carrying out airstrikes. We've been hearing a lot of artillery fire. The Israeli military trying to push Hezbollah away from this area. They are saying that they are targeting Hezbollah strongholds. There is active combat in some areas. Hezbollah too firing back. We've heard rocket launches. They continue to fire rockets across the border. Yesterday hitting the city of Nahariya in northern Israel, a direct impact that caused a number of injuries. So this battle is only at its start, really, with the Israeli military advancing on more than one sector along this border. But the advances have so far been limited. It's not clear whether this is because they are still not, planning to push with a large force. But Hezbollah is fighting back. Overnight, they say they managed to target an Israeli Merkava tank in Taibe. Taibe also in this sector of southern Lebanon. So it's still not clear whether the Israeli military has been able to set up stable positions.
Nida Ibrahim is live in Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. Nida, we've got, apart from we had those reports about targeting Iran's military head, or should I say, of the Basij group. We've seen no let-up in Hezbollah rockets. They keep on pressurizing they keep the pressure on northern Israel. What damage are they inflicting, Nida? And indeed, what can you tell us about the ground offensive enacted by the Israelis?
Well, these ground offensive, according to Israeli military officials, including the Israeli defense minister, do not aim at this point to create a security buffer zone, which is an issue that has been talked about massively in Israeli media and by Israeli officials lately. They say that the main goal now is to stop Hezbollah from being able to send forces who could infiltrate into northern Israel. They say that without boots on the ground, the ability of the Israeli army to stop Hezbollah from firing rockets into Israel stays limited, and that should only happen through a political agreement with the Lebanese government. Of course, in Israel, there is a public denial that these talks are going to take place in response to a French initiative to hold exploration talks between the two parties. But it seems that there's also a lot of skepticism when it comes to the benefit that this...
Nida, I just got to also bring up to speed here, because we do have Israel Katz, the Israeli defense minister, saying that the Iranian security chief Ali Larijani is dead. Now, what are the implications of that? That's certainly something that we have to weigh up, including, of course, Reza Gholam Soleimani as well, the head of the Basij part of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard.
Well, Rashad, if it is indeed confirmed from the Iranian sources, this would be the most prominent assassination in Iran since the US and Israel started the war, with a strike that hit the late Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. The estimates in Israel, while Khamenei is the son has been appointed as the new supreme leader, the Israeli estimates is that the son Khamenei is wounded, is weakened, and that Ali Larijani, the Iranian top security official, was the #1 person in Iran, and assassinating him would make it more difficult for the parties now to talk to someone from Iran's political escalon. Now we are talking about an Israeli an initiative, an attempt to crack down more and more on the Iranian regime. Although we've been hearing in the past few days Israeli estimates backtracking on the ability of people to revolt and topple the Iranian regime, now we see the Israeli forces continuing what they've initially said they would do, which is crack down and try to topple the Islamic regime altogether. Now, even if Ali Larijani has indeed been assassinated, that does not mean that the whole regime has fallen. Iran has a system of governance that relies on several organizations that have been and still are operating despite the killing of the late Ayatollah Ali Khamenei and senior officials, and now that we've heard about the killing of the Basij commander Rida Soleimani. But it is indeed, and it will be celebrated in Israel as a major strategic success by the Israeli forces. Let's not forget that since the beginning of the war, Israel and the US have said that they are working to have aerial superiority over Iran. This indeed has seemingly been achieved because of the ability of the Israeli forces to strike major and strategic hits. In the past few minutes, we've also heard from Israeli officials saying that they are looking at the results of another assassination attempt, this time targeting main and important leaders in Palestinian Islamic Jihad Party. And they say that Israeli journalists saying that names like Akram al-Ajuri, top military commander in Islamic Jihad, Muhammad al-Hindi, the second most important man in Islamic Jihad, have indeed been killed. So all of this is seen as a moment of victory in Israel, saying that this shows that the ability of the Israeli-US joint effort to undermine the regime, to crack down on the regime, a very critical moment really in this war, particularly as now it would be seen as a major success, major advantage that Israel has on the Iranian front.
What more can you tell us about the strikes by Iran and Hezbollah on to Israel? Because we're getting reports that we've got further fire taking place from Lebanon into northern Israel. Now, it hasn't also, Anita, this resolve or resistance from Hezbollah been much stronger than the Israeli military thought it would be?
Yes, indeed, and Israeli officials have been saying that they had been undermining the abilities of Hezbollah. They say that they had thought the party was more weakened after the latest round of fighting that ended in November 2024. They already had been positioning themselves, the Israeli army, in locations that are seen as strategic in southern Lebanon, saying that they have been cracking down more and more on Hezbollah's abilities and Hezbollah's efforts to deploy more troops or more fighters into southern Lebanon and acquire more ammunition. But since this round of fighting started on March 2nd, the Israeli forces have been saying that they needed to strike down more and more on Hezbollah, specifically that they own, according to the Israeli military, hundreds of long-range missiles that could target main and strategic locations inside Israel. They also believe that Hezbollah still has thousands of mid-range rockets that could still not just threaten the Israeli communities in northern Israel, but also the troops and soldiers operating there. We've seen in the past week 8 Israeli soldiers being wounded, including the son of the Israeli finance minister Bezalel Smotrich, in an anti-tank missile attack against the troops in Israel.
Nida, thank you. Nida Ibrahim there in Ramallah on the occupied West Bank. Well, right here in the studio, we've got Mohammed Al-Masri, professor at the Doha Institute for Graduate Study, and of course Al Jazeera's Rasul Sardar, who's extensively reported from Iran. To you, first of all, Mohammed, what would the death of, as reported by the Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz and indeed other Israeli media, mean the death of Ali Larijani here, as well as, of course, Ghulam Reza Soleimani? I mean, these are two big figures.
Very important figures, certainly, both historically and also in the current war period. I was listening to Rasul earlier, Larijani in particular, critical in terms of kind of bridging the IRGC with the political apparatus. Israel and the United States have a long history of assassinating leaders, not just in Iran, but in Palestinian resistance movements, Hamas, Islamic Jihad, also obviously with Hezbollah. One of the things that we've learned, though, is that Israel and the United States are kind of playing a game of whack-a-mole, because there's always another leader. It's a kind of a next man up attitude, right? And there's always somebody to come in and fill the void. So I don't think that this is going to suggest any kind of a collapse in the Iranian regime by no stretch of the imagination. Having said that, this is very significant. I mean, symbolically, psychologically, this is significant. It would suggest, again, 2 weeks after the assassination of the supreme leader, Ali Khamenei, this would suggest, again, that there's another kind of compromise of the Iranian intelligence and security. That would have a very deep psychological and symbolic impact on the regime.
Okay, psychological impact, but it's business as usual kind of thing, but it's got to have an impact on the conflict.
Indeed, it will. But look, when we're looking at I think the main impact is not going to be on the external front, but rather within the public order and also the security structure within Iran. That's going to be more affected. So Ghulam Reza Ghulam Reza Soleimani was the guy who has restructured Basij in Iran. And Basij's primary responsibility is to secure the public order. And now there are growing concerns in Iran when the central government is weakened, and while the Americans are hinting, or Israelis are hinting, that they would like to see an ethnic insurgency, and also on daily basis almost calling on Iranians to go to the street and to protest. So the public order is a very, very delicate issue in Iran. And now that you're taking the commander of the chief of the Basij out of the picture, that is going to increase that concerns, that worries about an internal strife in Iran. And just yesterday, we have heard in Balochistan, there has been attacks on the police forces, killed several police officers. And then in Khuzestan, in the Arab region, a group has been arrested by the Iranian security forces. They were accused of preparing for an armed attack. And then the IRGC on a daily basis, they are conducting the operations against the Kurdish militants in the Kurdish region. So you see that internal balance is quite delicate. When it comes to Larijani, what makes him so important for the Iranian security or the power structure is that, first, he was the key figure between the IRGC and the political leadership. And also he was the key figure connecting all the nexus of the security apparatuses in Iran. But in this particular new equation, Larijani was one of the key or few people that was a balancing figure. He was one of the few people who had the concerns about the elevation of Mujtaba Khamenei being elected as the new supreme leader. And he has been convinced then by the pressure coming from IRGC and some others that the argument was that we need the continuation, and that's what Mujtaba is the best option. He accepted that. However, him being in the equation was always balancing Mujtaba and balancing the IRGC. Now that he is killed, if confirmed, so it means Mujtaba Khamenei's power is going to be further consolidated, and IRGC's influence over the politics in Iran is going to be further emboldened.
Rasul, I want to get over to Tehran because Tawhid Asadi is there. Tawhid, what are you hearing there in the Iranian capital, given it seems a very similar playbook to when the supreme leader was killed, Ali Khamenei, when we had them saying, oh, here the supreme leader is steadfast at the front line, and then we got this information from Israel that he'd been killed. Now, it's the same sort of thing here. Do you have any idea of what's going on? What are you hearing?
Well, first things first, we don't have any official confirmation from Tehran about the killing assassination of neither of these two figures, the head of Basij militia as well as the National Supreme Security Council Secretary Ali Larijani. So we are waiting while we also received reports from some media outlets as well as the Telegram channel of Ali Larijani that his statement is going to be published very soon. We are expecting that, and that's going to be very important in terms of this recent reports and statements coming from the Israeli side. But all in all, we have to keep in mind several points. First, we are dealing with, as Rasul was mentioning, highly complicated dynamism domestically speaking when it comes to the political establishment of the country. Iran has already faced major blows since the commencement of these airstrikes, starting by the assassination of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader of the country, alongside some very important military commanders of the country, including Chief of Staff for Armed Forces, including the Defense Minister of the country, including the Secretary for Defense Council of the country, along many others. And that was sort of additional major blow over the past few days. Again, we have from time to time been receiving reports about the deaths of other killing of other actually military commanders. But the thing is, despite these ongoing waves of assassination, the retaliatory strikes are still going on, and that is an indicative of the very structural strengths of the country when it comes to military, A. And B, we are talking about Ali Larijani, and he is a bridge, as our colleagues were explaining. He is critically important when it comes to the security apparatus of the country.
Tawhid, I've got to leave things because we're going to get over now to Israel, where we've got Israel Katz, the defense minister, giving a press briefing.
And their capabilities are being terminated. Chief of Staff, on your behalf, I would like to commend the performance of the Air Force and all the personnel, the intelligence, and all our personnel who are working with bravery and resolve, and above all with skill, together with our American partners in launching this campaign, which will be recorded in the annals of history. It is unprecedented. Thank you. The head of the government and myself handed down commands to continue to target the oppressive regime and to cut off the head of this octopus. The President of the United States spoke about the alternation of the regime. Today, we informed him that the pace is continuing, if not increasing, following the assassination of the top-tier leaders. The Chief of Staff have just informed me is that the head of the National Security Council, Ali Larijani, and the leader of the Basij forces, both were killed, were assassinated today, and joined the head of the regime in hell. Our army is working with strength to continue to hit and terminate the missile capabilities as well as the strategic infrastructure. We will bring him back decades. The leaders of the regime are being killed and their capabilities terminated. That's why, on your behalf, Chief of Staff, as well as the commander I would like to commend the performance of our air forces and all our army personnel who are working with strength and resolve together with our American partners, carrying out these strikes which will go down in the bright annals of history as most skillful and unprecedented. All respect to you. Thank you.
We have at the moment this news conference by the Defense Minister of Israel, Israel Katz, just confirming the deaths of the security chief Ali Larijani and also the head of the Basij part of the IRGC there as well, Gholam Reza Soleimani. Just confirming that. The Israelis confirming it. We have nothing at the moment from Tehran as to whether there is any truth to all this, but certainly last time when the supreme leader was killed, it was the same sort of playbook where the Israelis came out and said that he was dead. There was denial from Tehran. And then eventually, after Donald Trump said he was dead, we had then Tehran confirming the demise of the supreme leader. So it looks like the same kind of playbook. We can get more now from Rasul Sardar and also from Mohammed El-Masri. This is the same playbook, is it not, Mohammed?
It is. I mean, we'll have to wait and see. But typically, when Israel comes out and states sort of matter-of-factly that they've assassinated somebody, they're proven correct. I can't think of any instances where they've come out this clearly and confidently and said they've killed somebody, when it hasn't, come to fruition or when they haven't been accurate. So I think that's the expectation right now. And as we were talking about a few moments ago, it's certainly going to be significant if this ends up being the case, right? To Rasul's point, I thought it was interesting when you said that this will actually further consolidate the authority and power of the IRGC and also of Mujtaba Khamenei.
Indeed.
And he's likely to become even more sort of hardened.
Well, he's been making some comments, actually. He's been the new supreme leader, this is according to Iranian state media, telling a foreign policy session this is not the right time for peace, as the US and Israel must be defeated and pay compensation. Now, that's not really changing the narrative, is it at all? It's going all guns blazing, as it were.
Indeed. So here, what we are seeing is that, so Rashad, there is a decapitation. It's a systemic one. So it was clear for many of the reporters, based on Israel's behavioral pattern, that it was not limited with Ali Khamenei, but rather it was an employed strategy for a wartime. And so that's going to go through several rounds up until the Iranians find themselves in a difficult position of replacing those who have been killed to create a leadership crisis and power vacuum in the country. But who are replacing these people? So Mohammed Pakpour was replaced by Hussein Salami, who has been killed last June. And if you compare both, Mohammed Pakpour was more hardliner than Hussein Salami. And now that Mohammed Pakpour, the head of IRGC, was killed just 2 weeks ago, who has replaced him is Ahmed Wahidi. Ahmed Wahidi is known by his radical stance. He's an extreme hardline military commander. And so now he's leading the IRGC. And then we are seeing Mousavi. When Hajizadeh was killed, the commander of the air forces of the IRGC last year, so he has been replaced with another one. And then he was killed. And now Mousavi is the head of the IRGC's air forces. And he is also known by his hardline position. Then we see Mujtaba Khamenei come in, and it's not a secret that he is less flexible than his father.
No, I mean, he's going to be less flexible. He lost his wife, he lost his father, and he lost a sister in that attack. I mean, so that's not going to exactly make him a peacenik.
There are concerns that these personal losses will further, put him in a position of making sharp decisions.
And we still haven't seen him.
Indeed. But even before that, it was quite clear that he is more hardliner than his father, less flexible than his father. And also recently, just yesterday, it was announced, it's an interesting appointment. Now Mohsen Rezai, one of former IRGC commander, has been appointed as Mujtaba Khamenei's, the new supreme leader's military advisor. And he has replaced Rahim Safawi, who was considered as a kind of moderate ex-commander of the IRGC. So when you look in this pattern, those who are replacing the ones that are killed are more hardliner than their predecessors. So it hints about the direction of Iran and how Iranian power structure, military and political structure, and of course the religious leadership is going to be oriented toward.
Right. Well, we have this statement from the Iranian state media saying they published a handwritten note by the security chief Ali Larijani. And this was on the eve of the funeral ceremony of the warriors of the Navy of the Islamic Republic of the Iran Army. The martyrdom of the brave warriors of the Navy of the Islamic Republic Army in Dina is part of the sacrifices of the valiant nation that has emerged in this struggle against international oppressors. Their memory will always remain in the heart of the Iranian nation, and these martyrdoms will strengthen the foundation of the Islamic Republic for years within the structure of the armed forces. I ask Almighty God for the highest ranks for these dear martyrs, signed by Ali Larijani. Now, is that a note which has been published here, Mohammed, to try and show that he's still alive?
It doesn't seem like that. I mean, I don't think this is going to convince anybody that he's still alive. You wouldn't publish a handwritten note that is dated if you were trying to demonstrate that he's still alive. I think this is a kind of crisis communication strategy. I don't think it's a very effective one, but there is, I think, a level of disarray. Let's not forget that for 2 weeks now, Iran has been hit very hard by the Americans and the Israelis. I have a lot of skepticism when it comes to things that Donald Trump says and things that Pete Hegseth says, but I do think they are correct for the most part when they say that they've hit Iran very hard. They've hit thousands of targets. They have decimated to some extent the leadership structure. So it has been devastating for the Iranians. One of the things that I'm asking myself now, in light of this breaking news, is will this actually give the Americans and the Israelis, and in particular the Americans, a greater appetite to sort of go in for the kill? Will this give them more confidence that they can create the leadership vacuum that you were talking about, and that they can actually execute a successful regime change operation? Because Donald Trump was talking from the beginning about regime change. That's what he wanted from the beginning. He thought this would be a quick and easy operation. He immediately he changed up his discourse, but he was assuring the American people that this would be quick. It would be in and out. It's not going to be a forever war. It's nothing like Iraq. He's emphasized that repeatedly. Obviously, he's had to adjust to conditions on the ground. But will this give him an increased confidence and increased motivation to try and sort of finish the job? And could that ultimately prolong the war?
And I've got to bring in Tawhid. I mean, they've been up to 10 different reasons why they started the war, according to Donald Trump, but we won't go there for the time being. Tawhid Asadi, of course, with us still in Tehran. Now, this note, which was really dedicated to the funeral, one assumes of those naval soldiers who were killed, naval sailors, I should say, who were killed off the coast of India and Sri Lanka. And that being published now, is there any significance of it?
Well, it's quite dependent upon the timing in which this handwritten statement has been written. Now we've got the statements from the Israeli sides directly announcing the killing of Ali Larijani, the Supreme National Security Council's secretary, a top official in terms of the security apparatus of the country. And it goes without saying that he is a bridge between the security apparatus on the one hand and the military sphere of the country on the other. Seeing his background in IRGC and seeing his background in the security apparatus, also when it comes to establishing a sort of bridge between these two on the one hand and the political establishment, he is also a critically important figure. And of course, now we don't have any confirmation. Still, we have some unconfirmed, unofficial sources talking about the killing of Ali Larijani, the Supreme National Security Council's actually secretary, while in the meantime we know that the exchange of fire between Israel and Iran still goes on for the past few hours. We were able to hear the sounds of massive explosion across the Iranian capital Tehran and in other cities, and Iran a few minutes ago announced the initiation of another round of missiles targeting the Israeli territories. At this escalated situation, this is important it is worth pointing out that the presence of Ali Larijani as a balancing character was of a great significance, seeing the role that he could have played in terms of mediation, in terms of settling down the issue, in terms of any potential de-escalation. But we have to also keep in mind that in case these reports come true, we are not dealing with one figure, we are dealing with a very complicated dynamism when it comes to Iran's political and military establishments. We know that Iran has already experienced major blows starting from day one of these recent campaign of strikes in which the supreme leader of the country was killed, later on replaced by his son, and then many other military top commanders, including the Chief of Staff for Armed Forces, including the Commander-in-Chief of IRGC, including the Secretary of Defense Council, and many others lost their lives, were assassinated in these strikes, very soon replaced by others. But it goes again without saying that Ali Larijani's profile is really high, not comparable to any of those. Since his very active role in political establishment, he was the Speaker of the Parliament, he was the head of State TV, he was the Supreme National Security Council Secretary, in many other positions, including even Ministry of Culture. He has a record of actually profile there, so that's going to be a big loss if that reports come true. But still, we have to rest assured that we are dealing with a very escalated situation. And I can say that the killing, assassination of this particular figure may not put any impact on the retaliatory strikes by the Iranian side.
Right. Thanks, Sadi, there in Tehran. Now, let's get back in the city. Rasul is here with us too. And Rasul, I mean, we've got the Israeli military saying that Iran has launched a fresh set of missiles towards their country. But, you know, the question is, that's retaliation, naturally. What about the structure of the Iranian government now? Who is left there? Because when you do take these people out and kill them, sure, they may have many responsibilities, but the person next to them doesn't have quite the same breadth of knowledge, maybe not even the same kind of political and military support.
Indeed. So in Iran, there are the constitutional rules when it comes to distribute the power. Okay, the government, the judiciary, the army, and others, but also there are parallel structures. And some figures, they come with a gravitas that they become more important than the ministers, in many cases more important than the president himself. Ali Larijani was one of them. And so he and the current parliament speaker, Mohammad Bakr Kalibaf, they were a duo. And these two major gravitas, the big figures in Iranian political sphere, both having also a military background, they were there, and almost the guarantees of the survival of the political leadership to a certain extent, or the survival of the political leadership having leverage or influence over the military structure. So now Larijani, if confirmed killed, then who is left is Mohammad Bakr Kalibaf. So that is the only political figure that somehow still could act as a balancing major figure over there.
Mohammed, I mean, one person who is remarkably quiet and seemingly sidelined, according to some people I've been talking to in that very chair, suggests that the president, Mahmoud Pezeshkian, has been totally sidelined in this.
That may be the case. I do think that, as Rasul was saying, clearly right now the IRGC has more control, more authority, more power. And if this set of assassinations is confirmed, then they are likely to further consolidate. But I'll go back to what I was saying a few moments ago. Does this create a kind of a power vacuum, a leadership vacuum in Iran that the Americans and the Israelis can exploit? Because up until now, even though there is a long history of successful assassinations, not just in Iran, but with Hezbollah and with Hamas and with Islamic Jihad and in other contexts, there's always someone to come in and fill the void. But at what point, and I think it's fair to ask, and I'll leave it to the Iran area experts to go into the nuts and bolts of who the next man up may be. But it's fair to start asking, at what point will the Iranians no longer be able to continue to fill these voids?
Well, Mohammed, I want to get to what your speciality here is as well, and it runs very much toe-to-toe with what we're talking about, and it's the respective media strategies undertaken by the United States, Israel, and of course Tehran. How is that at the moment manifesting itself? What can you see there?
Well, I mean, there's a battle on the battlefield, and there's also the media war. There's the accompanying media war. Inside the United States, Donald Trump, I can tell you, is taking quite a beating. Now, you leave the conservative media, the Fox News types, kind of on the side. They always support the president. But inside the mainstream media apparatus, the mainstream media is covering this war quite critically. They're pointing to the fact that Donald Trump did not have a clear, coherent objective when this all started. Some estimates suggest that he has listed, or his administration has listed, up to 12 different motivations for going to war. Just yesterday, he gave an address where he said that maybe we shouldn't even be there at all. That has been seen as something very sort of offensive to the American citizenry. Media have latched on to that. They're really hanging on his every word. And importantly, he's being criticized in some conservative circles as well. You have people like Tucker Carlson, a very significant journalist. He has 17.5 million followers on X alone.
He's actually turned more left-wing and become less pro-Israel, certainly.
Well, I wouldn't describe him as left-wing. He's certainly
right-wing, but
he's certainly right-wing in terms of his ideology, but he has become very critical of Israel, and he's become very critical of Israel's role in American foreign policy. And it's not just him. It's Candace Owens. It's Megyn Kelly. These are major media figures on the American right, and there are a host of others, and they're covering this war very, very critically. And so Donald Trump is having to deal with that. And that's one of the reasons why some analysts suggest he doesn't have necessarily the political will to continue for a very long time. We were talking about days and maybe a couple of weeks, not months.
Right. What about the Iranian media? We haven't discussed that. I mean, that's dominated by the state, of course.
Yeah, the Iranian media is much more straightforward. It's much easier to assess because it's state-controlled, and so you're getting basically a singular propaganda narrative that things are going very well and that they're going to defeat the enemy.
I mean, that's the old playbook, isn't it? Does that wash with the Iranian people?
Look, for the Iranian media, normally it's sharply divided into two camps. So the reformist camp and the conservative camp. So just yesterday, I was going through actually the reformist camp or the reformist newspapers or the social media platforms, that how they are reporting. It's so interesting to see there is almost no difference between the two camps anymore. And of course, that is understandable, by the way, to a certain extent, because now there is a consensus at the end of the day among the Iranian elites that are somehow related to the political establishment over there, that this is an existential threat. So it's not whether we lose or win the war. It is whether Iran is going to remain as a country that is still united. And the concerns is that, so if the war is prolonged, and if really the regime collapses, it doesn't guarantee that still Iran is going to remain united. There are quite huge concerns that the partition is going to be the next phase. That's why now this rally around the flag narrative is dominating both the reformist and the conservative media.
Rasul Mohammed, please stick around with us. This is our ongoing coverage here of this war between the United States, Israel and Iran. It has just gone 10:00 GMT. This is Al Jazeera, and indeed our full-scale coverage of this conflict taking place, coming to you live from Doha. In the past hour, Israel has announced that Iran's security chief Ali Larijani has been killed in an Israeli airstrike. The Israeli military says Gholam Reza Soleimani, the commander of Iran's internal security unit, has also been killed in a strike. Ali Larijani has been a central figure in Iranian politics for decades. He was Iran's security chief, appointed as Secretary of the Supreme National Security Council in August last year. Now, he came from a family that has been influential in Iranian politics for decades, and he joined the Iranian Revolutionary Guards in the early 1980s and later held several roles, including Speaker of Parliament. In 2005, Larijani actually ran for president, but he was unsuccessful. He was seen as a balancing figure, but issued a strongly worded message after the US-Israeli airstrikes killed Iran's supreme leader, saying the attacks had set the heart of the Iranian nation ablaze and that Iran would burn its enemies' hearts. Well, a short while ago, the Israeli Defense Minister, Israel Katz, confirmed the killing of both Larijani and Soleimani.
The Chief of Staff have just informed me is that the head of the National Security Council, Ali Larijani, and the leader of the Basij forces, both were killed, were assassinated today, and joined the head of the regime in hell.
Well, we are covering developments from Tehran, Ramallah and Doha. First, Nida Ibrahim in Ramallah on the occupied West Bank. And I suppose one has to ask, what has been the response there, if anything, from Hezbollah, of course, with Iran being a very close ally, over the reported death by Israeli officials of the leader of the security services there in Iran?
It's Young Zane in the building. Kush got me lifted, I ain't talking about the ceiling. Sit back and enjoy the show. It's UNAM Radio 97.4.
This is UNAM Radio, the jamming station. The jamming station.
Bounce.
UNAM Radio 97.4 FM. UNAM Radio 97.4 FM.
This is UNAM Radio, the voice of the future.
97.4 means variety. Variety. And variety means 97.4.
New music.
is UNAM Radio, the voice of the future.
Call in now 061 206 3464.
061 206 3464.
This is your boys on 97.4, and we go a little something like. Break it down a little.
Feeling good, feeling fresh this morning. Hey yo, it's your boys Banjix, and you're listening to UNAM Radio with your boy NSK. Morning glory, baby. Holla at your boy.
UNAM Radio 97.4 FM. UNAM Radio 97.4 FM.
Gender verification, Julius jumped up. Why are you asking these questions? Why are you saying these things? You're racist. What are these questions? These questions, man or woman, man or it's obvious. Just look for yourself, it's obvious. Why are you saying these things? Just because she's a black woman. Why doesn't IAAF test Venus and Serena Williams? Why?
Nobody can predict the future, although some think they can.
UNAM Radio
is growing fast. You can hear it yourself. Listen to the jingles. Hey, just let the CD player do its work. So here we go.
UNAM Radio.
New music.
97.4 FM.
Only at UNAM Radio, you get the craziest DJs, the hottest music, and of course the latest flavor in all your entertainment news. Keep it locked to 97.4, the voice of the future.
Call in now 061 206 3464.
061 206 3464.
New music.
97.4 FM.
Hey! What happened?
The music did stuff.
What happened to the music?
I wanna listen to UNAM Radio.
I want to listen to UNAM Radio.
No, I wanna listen.
You want to listen right now?
Okay.
All
Let's
right.
play UNAM Radio now.
She's Ilapa. Und Dala. UNAM Radio.
UNAM
Radio. Right by face. I want it.
I also never
Just, I don't know.
Okay, I want it also.
Are there two bartenders? I'm seeing two.
No, it's just me and you.
It's just.
UNAM Radio 97.4 FM.
This is UNAM Radio, the jamming station. The jamming station.
and he reminded me I'm not done. So if you're still breathing, if your heart's still beating, remember this, God ain't done with you yet, and he sure ain't done with me.
I've made mistakes I can't erase. But mercy found me anyway.
God ain't done with me yet. He's still writing my steps.
God ain't done with me yet. He's still writing my steps.
God ain't done with me yet. He's still writing my steps.
God ain't done with me yet. He's still writing my steps.
I see scars, but they don't shame me. No, his love can carry you.
They counted me out, but God counted me in.
God ain't done with me yet.
He's still writing my steps.
God ain't done with me yet.
God ain't done with me yet. God ain't done with me yet.
God ain't done with me yet. El Shaddai, God Most High, we lift your holy name. El Elyon, you reign, forever you will be. Our strength, El Shaddai, we bow in praise to you. You are the rock, faithful and true. From age to age, your promises stand. Oh, chain breaker, miracle working King. You never fail, you never change. Your power has no end. Yesterday, today, forever you reign. You do wondrous things. El Elyon, you reign and forever you will be. Our strength El Shaddai, we bow in praise to you. We bow in praise to you. We bow in praise to you. El Shaddai, El Shaddai, El Shaddai, bow in praise to you. We bow in praise to you. Yakusanyavugang papel.
In the morning, I with focus.
Ngibeke iphupho lami phambi kwami.
I praise my dream for me.
Izandla zami ziyasebenza.
My hands are working.
Inhliziyo yami yathandaza.
My heart is praying.
Yashwanyela namusha.
I plant seeds today.
Ilendele sivuna kusasa.
Expecting the harvest tomorrow.
Push, push. Uma ngiyatshala ngiyakhuleka.
When I get tired, I pray.
Uma ngiwa ngiyavuka.
When I fall, I rise.
Impumelelo yeza.
Success is coming. Sebenza, tandaza, impumelelo iza.
Ungesabi kusasa.
Don't fear tomorrow. Sebenza, tandaza.
uNkulunkulu uyabona. Isimuno sizofika.
The harvest will arrive. Sebenza, tandaza, impumelelo iza.
Ungesabi kusasa.
Sebenza, tandaza, sebenza,
Tandaza.
uNkulunkulu uyabona.
Isivuno sizofika.
Sebenza, tandaza,
Sebenza.
sebenza, sebenza, tandaza,
Sebenza.
sebenza, tandaza, impumelelo iza. Tandaza, impumelelo iza. Tandaza, impumelelo iza.
Yakholelwa emsebenzini.
I believe in hard work.
Yakholelwa emthandazweni.
I believe in prayer.
Izinsuku ezinzima ziyadlula.
Hard days pass.
Amaphupho ami ayakhabaza.
My dreams blue.
Ngibona ikusasa likhanya.
I see a bright future.
Ngiyalibamba nezandla zami.
I grab it with my own
Are you ready for success?
Azihambi zimile zangipheka ngizamile konke kodwa ziyanjikhiba. Some mountains will not crumble, some walls will not come down. I've shouted and I've stumbled, still no breakthrough can be found.
Jezwile ngeyindlela kunamandla ngasiwa, angitholakali ngenkani kodwa ngesineke. What if the breakthrough tarry? What if the answer's late? There is a key to carry that opens every gate. Kuthiwezi izinto azithwalwa ngamandla, azithwalwa ngokhalipha kodwa ngomthandazo nokusile.
Ziyawa ngokuzila Ziyawa ngokuzila Ziyawa ngokuzila
Akukho kunzima kumkhulula kodwa kufala masikhulula ungekasizile Ahora zenye izinto zitanyawala kuprema imthami yesemnasi yakungisiyo
Izinyembezi zami ziyawa kodwa namhlanje ngiyavuka amanje benhliziyeni ayakalukala ngiyabonga ngomoya wokuthula ongithinta ngaphakathi ngiyadedela ubuhlungu Latedela ushonya Nyatedela ubuhlungu Nyatedela ubuhlungu Yatekwalizama Yakwamukela uphile Yapola inhliziyo yakhanya ngaphakathi kobunya bukhona ukukhanya Yapola umoya phefumula ngaphansi kwezulu ngiyaphila futhi Yapola inhliziyo yakhanya ngaphakathi kobunya bukhona ukukhanya Yapola umoya phefumula ngaphansi kwezulu ngiyaphila futhi Izolo lingilimazile kodwa lisangipopi Ikhululekile manje Ngiphefumula kalula Amandla amasha yangena Njengelanga ekuseni Ngiyakhulula Yakhululeka Healing in my body Healing in my soul. Umoya uthambile ungigcwalisa ngokuphelele. Izinsuku zibanzima umamandla phela yamangithule ilinde enkosini ngoba ithemba lami likuwe awusoze wangidumaza. Balindelayo bazovuselelwa amandla bayabuya. Bazovuselelwa amandla bazokhuphuka njengezinkosi bagijime bangakhathali labalindelayo enkosini bazohamba bangapheli amandla labalindelayo enkosini bazohamba bangapheli nala.
bangakhathali labo abalindelayo enkosini bazovuselelwa amandla bazokhuphuka njengezinkosi bagijime bangakhathali nabalindelayo enkosini bazohamba bangapheli amandla labalindelayo enkosini bazohamba bangapheli amandla. Nakhathala kodwa ngiwanga kariteka kodwa ngilahlekanga ngoba isandla sakho sasingibamba ungipha amandla amasha namhlanje ngiyaphakama ngikhuphuka phezulu linda ungesabi themba uzobona bazohamba bangapheli amandla bazohamba bangapheli amandla. There were nights I cried myself to sleep, but God didn't see what I saw. He saw purpose. He saw someone worth saving, and He reminded me I'm not done. So if you're still breathing, if your heart's still beating, remember this, God ain't done with you yet, and He sure ain't done with me.
I've made mistakes I can't erase.
done with me yet. He's still riding my steps.
God ain't done with me yet. He's still riding my steps.
God ain't done with me yet. He's still riding my steps.
God ain't done with me yet. He's still riding my steps.
I see scars, but they don't shame me. No, His love can carry you.
They counted me out, but God counted me in.
God ain't done with me yet.
He's still riding my steps.
God ain't done with me yet.
God ain't done with me yet. God ain't done with me yet.
God ain't done with me yet. El Shaddai, God Most High, we lift your holy name. El Elyon, you reign, forever you will be. Our strength, El Shaddai, we bow in praise to you. You are the rock, faithful and true. From age to age, your promises stand. Oh, chain breaker, miracle working King. You never fail, you never change. Your power has no end. Tremble at your voice, hey. Oceans roar, yet you are still. Mountains bow before you, hey. Yesterday, today, forever you reign. You do wondrous things. El Elyon, you reign and forever you will be. Our strength, El Shaddai, we bow in praise to you. We bow in praise to you. yakufuna uyangikhumbuza inhliziyo yami igcwele uthando obugcwelele nawe kuphela Dumao, thando lami lishisa phakathi kwamagagasi nawe kuphela. Dumao, khanya sengathi ilanga ngaphakathi kwezwe uthando luyaphila. Kude nawe ngizizwa ngilahlekile, iyaphila kodwa ngifuna wena. Imizuzu yami yonke yakho kuphela. Thando lwethu luhlala luhlaza, ngikuphathe ngenhliziyo phansi noma phezulu. Ukhanya lwakho luhlaza luhlaza kithi sobabili. Dumao, thando lami lishisa phakathi kwamagagasi nawe kuphela. Dumao, khanya sengathi ilanga ngaphakathi kwezwe uthando luyaphila. Dumao, thando lami lishisa phakathi kwamagagasi nawe kuphela. Dumao, khanya sengathi ilanga ngaphakathi kwezwe uthando luyaphila.
sithandwa sami, ngiyakufuna, uyangikhumbuza inhliziyo yami igcwele uthando ngokuthwele nawe kuphela. Phakathi kwamagaga sinawe kuphela. Dumao khanya sengathi ilanga ngaphakathi kwezwe uthando luyaphila. Ngahlekile ngiyaphila kodwa ngifuna wena. Imizuzu yami yonke yakho kuphela. Thando lwethu luhlala luhlaza. Ngikuphathe ngenhliziyo phansi noma phezulu. Ukhanya lwakho luhlaza luhlaza kithi sobabili. Dumao thando lami lishisa phakathi kwamagaga sinawe kuphela. Dumao khanya sengathi ilanga ngaphakathi kwezwe uthando luyaphila. Phakathi kwamagaga sinawe kuphela. Dumao khanya sengathi ilanga ngaphakathi kwezwe uthando luyaphila.
to wage your promises stand. Oh, chain breaker, miracle working king. You never fail, you never change. Your power has no end. Tremble at your voice, hey. Oceans roar, yet you are still. Mountains bow before you, hey. Yesterday, today, forever you reign. You do wondrous things. El Elyon, you reign and forever you will be. Our strength El Shaddai, we bow in praise to you. We bow in praise to you. We bow in praise to you. There were nights I cried myself to sleep, but God didn't see what I saw. He saw purpose. He saw someone worth saving, and He reminded me I'm not done. So if you're still breathing, if your heart's still beating, remember this, God ain't done with you yet, and He sure ain't done with me.
I've made mistakes I can't erase. But mercy found me anyway.
God ain't done with me yet. He's still writing my steps.
God ain't done with me yet. He's still writing my steps.
God ain't done with me yet. He's still writing my steps.
God ain't done with me yet. He's still writing my ngiyazifela kuwe, ngiyazifela kuwe. My heart beats louder when you're near, ngiyazifela kuwe.
From the moment I saw you, I felt alive. Ngathi ngiyaphila, ngathi ngiyakhanya. Your love is the rhythm that guides my soul. Ngoba wena ungumthandazo wami.
Ngiyakubona njalo, ngiyakuzwa njalo, ngoba uthando lwakho luhlala kimi.
Hey, wena ngiyazifela, ngiyazifela. Your love is like a fire burning in my soul. You're the only one who makes me feel this hope. Wena ngiyakuthanda, ngiyakuthanda. Your love is like a fire burning in my soul. You're the only one who makes me feel this whole. Hey, wena ngiyakuthanda, ngiyakuthanda.
Oh, ngiyekela.
Feel it in the music. Your love is acoustic.
Yeah.
For you, I'd do anything.
For you, my love, darling,
ngizizwa ngiphakeme njengaNkulunkulu, ngihambe ebumnyameni kodwa manje ngikhanya, uthando lwakho luyakhanya kimi. Ngizwa amandla, ngizwa amandla. Ngizizwa ngiphakeme ninoNkulunkulu. Moya wami uyaphakama, uyaphakama. Ngizizwa ngiphakeme ninoNkulunkulu. Moya wami uyaphakama, uyaphakama. Ngizizwa ngiphakeme ninoNkulunkulu. Moya wami uyaphakama, uyaphakama. Ngizizwa ngiphakeme ninoNkulunkulu, 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 ninoNkulunkulu.
subscribe for your weekly dose of elevation and tap Listen Now to stream the full mix wherever you are.
UNAM Radio, the best, the hottest.
Ready?
Just relax and enjoy the ride.
I like the way
The DJ makes you move.
I like the way it goes.
You're listening to Campus Radio, the voice of the future. Keep it locked.
This is UNAM Radio, the voice of the future. New music.
97.4 FM.
Call in now 061 206 3464.
061 206 3464.
New music.
97.4 FM.
shiver. Such a rush, my baby, slow down, come find your love. I'm hoping you see me, come serve it up. Loving when you stir it up, that body belong on TV. Oh, this feeling I can't hide. You're feeling up my mind, and I just don't know why. I just don't know why. Five lives.
Business, I'm a shana, you go fly too. All again for the
come to smoke cannabis. Doctor say make a pop one of this. Make me fly like say I'm Aladdin. Come bring some kind melodies. Oh mommy, myself no do pass like this. So many things inside of my jeans. I slide down DBTs, DBTs.
process.
tetema. Whoa, mama 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 tetema. 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 Whoa, mama 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 tetema. Kisha kime pan. Kime pan. Kime pan.
Doctor say make a pop one of this. Make me fly like say I'm Aladdin. Come bring some kind melodies. Oh mommy myself no do pass like this. So many things inside of my jeans. Slide down DBTs, DBTs.
Hey guys, Trevor here, and in this video
the monkey.